the follow notification come on? Alright, so that's going to be awkward. I don't think I got all the way through the delay that I have set up, so that's nice. So I didn't actually show anything on my screen.
Oh,
And
nice.
we didn't miss
Here we
anything,
go.
so I think we did it.
Big money.
They missed the big banter. Is it live now? Hopefully.
Yes, we're at stream starting.
Cool. I like that. That's what I wanted to have happen. In fact. Thank you, Jazzy22. Jazzy, probably? For the follow. Appreciate it. So I sent you the team sheets that Red does, and they're incredible. So you can like follow along with draft on that, and look super knowledgeable. All right, well, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. This is week 3 of Runeterra Academy Senior Division. Excuse me. We've got the Cosa gamers taking on Return of the Middlesticks Masters team. I'm Maris. My co-caster is Oath. We're going to be jumping around a couple of games after this one, so stay buckled in because we've got a lot of Return of the Middlesticks action tonight. And Oath, how are you doing? Oath? Alright, well this is a good start. Well, I guess I'll just go and hopefully Oath is fine. I actually have no idea what happened with Oath. But yeah, we got Hecarim banned, we got Trundle, we got LeBlanc all off the table. There's Victor as well. Everything proceeding according to plan, basically. I would expect to see a Gianna. I guess I wouldn't expect it because we're on the patch now that doesn't have that. Zeri is enabled, but no Renata Glask.
Why is my Discord just lagging like
There
that?
we go. Okay.
I hate it here.
I
These all look like real bands, except that sword gentleman who just showed up on my screen. That's not a character.
Yeah. Targeting Yuna, he's basically LeBlanc, Yone, Yasuo, and solo queue. And then those 3 bans are just the 3 most common bans against Cosa gamers, as it turns out. So, got the Hecarim, the Victor, and the Janna off the table. And now Cosa, with their first pick, kind of interesting to see where they put a lot of their power in. The generic pick could be like a Jinx or something like that.
Yeah, contested Jarvan between these two junglers, so wouldn't be surprised to see that. Poppy, also kind of like that too.
Poppy maybe not as contested, but feels like a good pick into the Jarvan, right? So
Yeah, you're kind of denying the pick by default. Yeah, we'll have to see what the answer is here. There are some contested ADCs, but the most notable of which is Aphelios, so...
But, as I said, Zeri enabled. Let's go! Is this it? Oh,
Yep,
I'm excited.
time ticks out on that one. It's gonna be the Zeri angle. Fun Season 12 champion. Do enjoy watching.
Yeah, should be pretty exciting. It has, like, real ability names that are fine, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, yeah, big fan of that.
And so are Renata's, for that matter. There's nothing really stupid to say during a cast. But there we go. Gwen, also locked
We've
in.
also hit our 6th unique champion for Return of the Middlesticks' top laner, which is kind of cool.
It could be Alexis Gwen. I wouldn't necessarily put it past him.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know how well Gwen jungle also does into Poppy. That dash is kind of important.
Yeah, it definitely feels more like a blind pick. A pick for blind in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
It is also a blind pick, theoretically, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a blind... There's no way we're B1ing Poppy top really, in this scenario. I mean, I guess you're B1ing Poppy Flex, potentially, but Poppy isn't really a top laner anymore.
Yeah, should be interesting. Aphelios locked in for Joker for Cosa gamers, and they'll follow that up with the Nautilus, which is pretty good pairing. It's not the Thresh that you normally see paired with Aphelios, but...
Which is Ironicus. Ironicus. I got the name. I went straight for the name, which is ironic given that Vingenesis is a noted Thresh player. It's his most picked champion, so you know, relatively small sample size on that. However, you know, with it available, it is kind of interesting that they went for the Nautilus. Maybe they saw something that's you know, that ult on Zeri is a little bit easier lockdown than trying to hit her with something while she's running around.
Yeah, the Zeri Lulu is a pretty devastating combo, though. You get this shield on her for that little extra ability power and pop. That's a pretty powerful lane, although maybe a little weak into the Nautilus Aphelios. Feels like they could get punished, especially if Aphelios has the correct gun combo up at the time.
Yeah, all 200 of those years do hurt when he's got the red or the white. If they're all grouped up, the Infernum is also one of my favorites. And watching Infernum ult hit more than 3 people is beautiful.
Yeah. Vex no longer in this game. We'll see where else we want to go with some of these bans, but should be solo laners. Well, jungle, just going to try to pinch Lexus. So presumably they've got the knowledge that that's not the Gwen jungle. They're assuming that that's going to be top lane.
Yeah, and as we've seen, Xin Zhao, one of the more dominant jungle picks on this patch. Showed up a lot in LCS today. Spica had a really good game on it, despite the fact that, you know, TSM... well,
yeah,
we won't talk about it.
They're playing League of Legends, allegedly.
They're making all sorts of choices with their lead. Viego gonna be tossed out alongside Silas, so no more draw lines to speak of.
It feels like they're really daring Lexus to go for that Jarvan pick. Like they have taken away a lot of his
really
other
want
comfort. This could be a Trundle as well. That's something that he's played quite a bit of. I know that he's
I feel like it's
a huge fan of the Trundle.
It's definitely probably not a Diana angle. He also has been seen on that, but instead it's just going to be Yone. So, you know, unless it's one of those, which is unlikely, a lot of priority being given to Lexus's counter pick in this matchup, given that his pool has been pinched pretty heavily.
Yeah, and
also the Trundle pan off the table, so
it's already banned.
It.
Yeah, never mind. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
the frames.
He'll have to come up with something completely original, unless he's picking Diana, which feels psychotic in this composition.
Okay, so that is the Poppy top, then. It was the flex the whole time, and the lock in Lilia and Kiana.
Is Lilia not a top lane option anymore?
I don't think you would pick it into Gwen. That feels not great, but maybe I'm wrong.
Probably not great. I don't know. I feel like Poppy probably does better into Gwen top than Lilia does.
And just judging by Water Tower's history, he's played a lot of tanks. I
That's
know.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's definitely more the thick gentleman experience. Love Graves, think the character's unethical. Don't really enjoy when it's in my game, but I think it's the correct selection here, so that's pretty solid. Also leaves it similarly ambiguous. Could go into multiple roles. Maybe it is the Gwen jungle. Who knows?
Yeah, I always like the Captain Flowers line from. Was it last Worlds or is it already 2 ago? Jesus Christ!
I think it's 2 ago. If you're talking about the
What's the counter
to Lilia's buckshot.
Yeah, it's a shotgun. Yeah.
It's a shotgun. Yeah. That's great.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. They should promote him at some point from Captain.
Heavily agree.
Well, we're waiting on them to start up. Apparently, Cosa gamers went slow during the draft because they were finishing eating. They got to finish some fried rice, so
That's
Shoutouts.
understandable.
Shoutouts to the Cosa fried rice. Weirdly, I'm actually in the Cosa Gamers Discord. I didn't expect that one. It's like
Oh, nice.
one of the few extra teams I'm in.
Here we go.
They have a chat where they just say good morning to each other every morning. It's kind of wholesome.
I actually love that. We might be stealing that idea.
Yeah, I thought about it. I just don't know how immediately it would catch on and look kind of weird if I just make a chat and it's just me saying good morning to everybody. No one saying good morning.
That's
back.
fair.
Gotta get the homies.
Although here at Middlesticks we do that weekly, and it's just in the form of it is Wednesday, my dudes, as a post on Twitter.
Yeah, it is. It is Wednesday, my dudes, every week. All right, well, they're finally ready to up, so we'll get into second draft. Shout out to Prosu. I had to say that name. Unlucky. For the subscription with Prime. Really appreciate that. Well, now we're delaying to talk about the stream really quick, I guess. Okay, now we're going.
Huge fan.
Cool. Big fan of the double drafts, by the way.
Yeah, kind of wish there was a better system for customs in League, but oh well. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Well, let's rev up yield prediction machine. There's a lot of people out there, so. What you got for the boys? What's the prediction this week?
Let's see. Well, I mean, I kind of need to see where these champions are going, actually.
Yeah.
Who has more kills as a mid jungle synergy? It is Gwen for blind, so it's gonna be Graves Yone versus Lilia Kiana.
Okay, sure.
That feels fair. I think that's solid.
There's a lot of things happening, and I really appreciate them. Hold on. Oh, gift net 5. Shout out to my co-caster for the gift subs.
I'm coming for that second place. Matsuro's days are numbered.
And shout out to Yuna for following the stream. Alright. Shout outs out of the way. Get your predictions in. Which mid jungle duo is going to have more kills in game number 1? I appreciate the amount of Akata and Doopy fans in the chat, rooting for both of them. That seems, maybe like it's not going to work out well, but I appreciate the amount of them, at least that I've seen in the chat.
Yeah, also a fair amount of hype for blind, which is fair.
Yeah, some exciting champions in game number 1. I like both of these team comps quite a bit. They want to scrap, they want to, do things. It doesn't feel like there's the highest amount of inbuilt synergy. We're not crafting the perfect 5v5 team comps. We just picked some champions that want to fight some people, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I mean, these aren't wombo combo-esque front-to-back monster 5 roster lineups. They're just, hey, I perform well on this champion, and if I get ahead, the game is mine. And there's 6 of those. 7 if you count, I don't know who I would leave out, actually. There's just 7 of them.
Yeah, I feel like Cosa definitely has the stronger 5v5. They have more crowd control with their Nautilus and Poppy combo. They can probably set up a little bit stronger in that scenario, but I if any one of the champions on our OTM get ahead, if you see a Yone ahead, a Gwen ahead, a Graves ahead, it just really warps the way that you have to play the game.
Yeah. No, I was in a recent ranked match against a Graves top who went 18-4, and we ended up winning. But he was the only one ahead on their team, and with the 5 of us and Ocean Soul, we were still almost losing team fights. Character's actually just unethical.
And Blind's such a good guy. I just learned he's saving people from car crashes. He's out here curing cancer. That's
Oh,
pretty
true.
remarkable. And he's just cracked it at League of Legends as well.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes people are just born with it all, I guess,
Yeah,
is what we're really getting at here.
yeah, I got none of that, unfortunately. So I just yell at my computer for several hours at a time.
Well, for how like interesting the champion picks are in this game, some of these lanes are pretty interactive, are pretty uninteractive rather. Like when Poppy doesn't actually feel like it's a super interactive lane, they're not going to be scrapping a whole lot unless Poppy decides to be aggressive herself, which doesn't feel very winning. Yon Kiana is kind of explosive. That could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think my eyes are personally on the bottom lane though, just because like
Agreed.
Zeri exists, but also, you know, you get that big hook on Nautilus. Nautilus Aphelios can deal just a ton of damage out of nowhere, and it feels like it's a lot on Akata and Barco Duck to kind of navigate this lane correctly and
Mm-hmm.
make sure that Zeri can get to her 1 or 2 item spike and start outputting that ridiculous damage that she can do and the kiting and the whole thing.
Yeah. I mean that is part of it, right? Like, cause like Nautilus, good character. Kind of just kills people levels 1 through 4. Zeri takes a while to start doing anything, really. If Nautilus hook lands on either of these characters, the summoners are gonna go down.
Well, get your predictions in. We, of course, went really slowly through Champ Select. Looks like not a whole lot of people believing in the Kiana Lilia, the mixed damage duo, harder to itemize against. I think I'm personally on the side of Yone Graves. I think that Yone probably beats Kiana early, and then Graves should have an advantage on Lilia, but, you know, it's more kills throughout the game, so we'll see how Herald and Doopy can be useful and get involved. But regardless, should be a good series. Again, this is our Senior League match. We're going to stick with this as long as we can. And once this is finished, we're going to jump into either Crowstorm or Darkwind, depending on our time and how everything's going and, you know, the general relation of the stars.
Yeah, it's the SARS. Can't do it.
But thank you guys for joining us. If you don't follow the stream, please hit the follow button, as that does really help support our org. And, you know, if you see us online, stop by. Always like to see you. But let's see it. Game number 1 between the Cosa Gamers and Return of the Middle Sticks Senior Division.
We pray to the spectate gods that they are kind to us.
And
And there are no bugs. And amen. Now, see, this is what I like to see. Blind top lane savant can actually go ignite TP. Me, incapable. The worst.
Well,
Flash required.
I almost don't like that specifically into the Poppy matchup. If Poppy gets on top of you with the steadfast presence, that feels like you might want to have an escape summoner, but we'll see if he can get away with it, if that gives him a lot of lane pressure. It's really valuable against the Poppy, who gets tankier the lower health she is.
Yeah. Um.
But just a pretty standard relatively 5-point from both sides. The defensive ward into going down to this bottom side for Lexus. Here is running the Ghost on the Graves. How do you feel about that in particular?
Um, I think in this particular jungle matchup, it's probably fine. Ghost does let you keep up with Lilia a little bit better. I don't know that you're necessarily flashing any major ultimates on the other side, except perhaps the supreme display of talent. So yeah, I think it's if Lexus if there's a player who can do it in this game and make it look like a better option than Flash, it's probably Lexus. So
Yep, really excited to see this game, but we're gonna unfortunately start slow. I also like this spectator overlay. They added in the sheer dragon count as well as the herald count up on the top bar. It
yeah, I
makes
kind
it
of like
look a
that.
little busy, but like it's probably good information to have. Anyway, early shove by Vengenesis. He's going to get the hook and a little bit of damage traded, but right now Vengenesis and Joker should hit an early level 2, can maybe put a little bit of pressure down on Akata and Barco Duck. Kind of interesting,
Yeah,
Akata went for the Relic Shield start rather than Spell Thieves in this situation.
similarly interesting. Oh, I like that.
Little dodge there from Barco Duck, but the hook's still going to land on Akata, and still just putting a little pressure on. They should be aware. I believe they're aware that Lexus started on his blue side, so completely unworried about the ganks, getting that free shove in. They're going to go scout out and make sure that they can secure this crab, and feel pretty good about that. And blind up
Yeah,
in the
no,
top lane.
they should definitely know. I do feel like it is kind of interesting. I haven't played support in now a season and a
Oh,
half.
Water Tower getting a
Blind
pretty
is
good
getting
trade, yeah.
really low up here on this Gwen. Doesn't have the sustain that Water Tower is going to have out of Corrupting and Biscuits either, so might actually need to take an early recall. Is calling Lexus up for some support though.
Yeah, I think that's even kind of interesting. Water Tower, I think, kind of understanding that he just needs to sustain through the early levels, picking up the Biscuits with his secondary mastery. Kind of an interesting choice, but one that I think is going to pay off well for him. Yuna getting a pretty good trade, now going to snap back to that soul. And the flash in Herald! What is that damage with the Ignite? It's first blood for Herald 2 in the mid lane.
Herald just knows that W is still down. There's nothing that Yuna can do about it. Honestly, kind of surprised to see Yuna opt for this teleport instead of Ignite here. That's such a free kill for him if he has it, but valuing the utility summoner.
Yeah, burns his teleport coming back to lane. He grabbed a second Doran's Blade just to try to, maybe stabilize a little bit, get a little of that sustain in the lane. And, they did spot Vengenesis has walked away, so Joker has to play a little bit more defensively down here. But yeah, that was just an insane amount of damage. I'm always surprised by how much damage Kiana does.
Yeah, it never feels like it's real. It never feels like it's super accurate to the character's level or resources or items at that point in time. It's just a lot, always.
Oh,
I'm kind of surprised to see Vengenesis go for Glacial?
Yeah.
Is that standard on Nautilus now? Am I that far behind the times?
It's a I'm gonna say it's a choice, but it sounds sarcastic if I say it that way. It's not bad, because you can get the extra slows. It's hard to re-engage on you. Like, it's fine. I don't like it as much. I think the Aftershock is more valuable, but a lot of people do value the Glacial Slow and the damage debuff. And now Herald swinging in the mid with Doopy here, getting a lot of damage down onto Yuna. The burn, is it enough? It is just enough to finish him off. Lex is trying to chase down. He's got his Ghost popping, trying to keep his distance here, but not going to be able to find too much, and it's 2-0 early on for Cosa Gamers.
Yeah, really picking on the fact that Yuna doesn't have any resources to his name right now. No flash. The E, really only good if you're the one aggressing, or you are buying time for more people to show up. Level 4 Graves is not typically qualify as more people in this scenario.
Yeah, and kind of interesting, Doopy already with the Predator boots. Oh, that hook just not quite going to land from Vengenesis. And now we're starting to see maybe one of the issues with the Aura Team comp is they have kind of lackluster ways to start fights and be really proactive in this game. And the level 6 roam from Herald, he's going to find Lexus in his jungle doing his Krugs, get the assassination, and should be fine to get on out. Herald's going to start running this game here before too long. 2-0, has the Serrated Dirk in inventory, and
Yeah, and sitting on about 1100 gold to boot, it's gonna quickly turn into that Caulfield's joining it. Oh, can also respect double longsword potion. That's totally fine. Don't want to hang around for that extra.
yeah, and we'll have to start seeing, you know, the farm really ramp up or something here from Lexus. They've spent a lot of the draft bucks, if you will, on getting Lexus this counter pick on the Graves jungle. So far getting run over by the Lilia, which isn't exactly the way that you'd expect the jungle matchup to go, but, you know, well done by Doopy to get involved.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, as far as game impact goes, you would kind of expect Lilia to do more around the map, pre-6 than Graves, but
Oh,
yeah, this is an interesting game state we find ourselves in. Yuna's gonna have to be really careful in this lane now. Kiana damage is nothing to sneeze at.
yeah, Yuna doing pretty well farming so far, but need to see more of that. Now the gate coming in, flash out of Herald, gets the root onto Lexus, and that'll be all for that gank. And now Vengenesis looking for the hook, forces the flash out of Akata in return. So the counter roam from Vengenesis paying off for him, and it feels like every time we see Rodham try to make a play, it's immediately countered by Cosa, and they might look at this Dragon. They have a lot of options available to them right now.
Yeah, this really should be the dragon for them if they decide to have it. Lexus has already walked up to his top side. Doopy can just pick up red and then hop into the pit for that one because there's zero chance he's contesting this unless he just swerves off of the Raptors and immediately runs into that pit.
Yeah, there's also the chance that Doopy just isn't interested in it right now. He might just want to continue snowballing ahead with his camps, maybe even look for a bot lane gank with his ultimate available. You have the Lilting Lullaby.
Yeah, that actually feels like it's probably more the play. I can't tell exactly how close Vingenesis is. Oh, he's almost 6, like 1 minion.
Yeah, bowling ball in, not going to be able to find anything, but the hook does onto Akata. Going to turn him into a squirrel briefly, and Akata and Barco Duck look like they're fine down here in the bottom lane. Barco Duck notably running cleanse, not heal, so they don't have that inbuilt sustain, but a little bit of safety from the Nautilus when he gets that root down with his big anchor.
It is just going to be the Herald trade, which is kind of what I expected out of this. A bit unfortunate for the bot lane there of Cosa. They were just slightly off time for Nautilus ult being a good engage follow-up. Then it could have been the free bowling ball instead of the skill shot bowling ball.
Oh, Water Tower getting aggressive, looking to dive in. Blind has his ult available, and there's the Keeper's Verdict to go ahead and send Blind back over the wall. They have a feeling, I think he's feeling that Graves is there, but just not 100% sure. Now face checks him, unfortunately. Lexus ghosts in, shoots a minion, and the pin into the wall should be enough to make sure that he can't dive. Yeah, if he gets behind that turret, it's just not a fun time for Graves. But Lexus and Blind might still look to shove this in, but here comes Doopy, Predator in his way in. He's not the fastest deer in the world, but he's fast enough. He'll get the sleep with the Lilting Lullaby and the kill on Lexus in the top lane.
Yeah, you could see some of the frustration from Lexus there. That sub 40% resistances for Poppy, and the corrupting potion ticking means collateral damage is not going to kill.
Oh, the flip
And
into the wall,
Yuna's
Herald.
having the experience.
Oh my goodness, just really quick assassination there by Herald. He's 3-0 now. In comes some ultimates onto Barco Duck. Trying anything they can. Akata can't do anything as he watches his AD carry get assassinated. And now he's in trouble as well. Joker gonna look for that last hit, and there it is. So You know, every lane going pretty well right now for Cosa, and it's going to be on Return to the Middle Sticks to find something special to turn this one around.
Yeah, if you're a Kosa fan, you can't ask for a better start than this. You've got farm difference in pretty much every lane except bot. Zeri, very good at farming. Kills on your 3 major damage dealers. Quite a few. So, nothing to complain about.
Wait, it wasn't the Herald trade. Lexus never
No,
actually took that. Doopy
no.
has it in inventory.
It
Okay.
was going to be, and then that fight started up in top lane where Water Tower engaged, and Lexus went in for the damage, died to Doopy, and then Doopy got to pick up Herald for free. So yeah, no, everything you called it earlier. Everything that Return of the Middle Six has been trying to do gets countered fairly easily so far for Kosa. They've just found either the right timing windows or have had a bead on every play that they're trying to make.
Yeah, now the roam into mid, the lightning crash coming through. They're trying to find Vengenesis, but there's just no way. They have no crowd control really to start off that fight, and it's just the hook away from Vengenesis, and now they'll roam through and get a crab.
Like that's a pretty good setup play if that's anybody else but Nautilus walking around that corner.
Little showcase of the Zeri mechanic. Just gonna dive on over the wall rather than get pinched on, so that was nice. But yeah, it's hard to see what ROTM's gonna do to get back in. We'll have to see what they can find. For now, it's just farming up. Barcoduck on his way to his Trinity Force. The completed Mythics in the pockets of Aphelios and Kiana, though, make this a difficult ask right now. And Joker and Vengenesis continuing to apply some pressure down here. They're going to call off the dive. It looks like Doopy was looking for it, but with Lexus showing, means that they can't really look for that. And now just steal away the camps on the other side. Make sure that Lexus can't find a foothold in this game. Oh, that's an interesting one.
That, Okay, I just found my new talking point. We have a Stride Breaker in the inventory for Lexus. I have not seen Stride Breaker Graves.
Oh, Yuna trying to use his ultimate to get out. He kind of successfully did.
Kind of does, yeah. The man is alive, which is, I mean, more than I can say when I'm playing into 3-0 Kiana.
Yeah, that was kind of a strange-looking interaction, but he slides his way out of that mid lane with the Fate Sealed. I think that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Neat. What about Doopy and Akata wearing the same jersey at the same time?
Oh, we're still on jersey talk.
Big jerseys talk in the chat. Everyone, big
Love
New
that.
Jersey fans. Blind going in, using some of the needles to just try to deter Water Tower from, I don't know, beating him up with a hammer, as one does. Yuna gonna get slept into the Supreme Display of Talent. That actually didn't proc. That was kind of weird, but ultimately just gonna force Yuna out of mid lane potentially. Although he can heal up a little bit on these wolves, they're gonna drop Herald in mid lane, and Akata and Yuna gonna have to try to defend this as best they can. But it's gonna take the tower. Oh, not quite take the tower.
No, not quite enough damage on that.
But does secure the second dragon of the game for the Cosa gamers. Ooh, we get an Air Dragon, the Wind Soul. Cloud Soul? Cloud Soul.
That feels like it's really nice for Kosa, actually. I don't know what character on this lineup you wouldn't want Cloud Soul on.
Ooh, Lexus trying
Maybe
to
it doesn't
the
really help
buff.
Aphelios a whole lot.
Actually gets taken away by Water Tower. Now Lexus has to ghost his way out of here with Herald in pursuit. Doesn't have the Kiana ultimate available, but Lexus should be able just to walk through this tower and get on out.
Yeah,
actually,
he knows.
They're still looking for this one, yeah.
Up experience.
Yeah, Herald and
No
Vengenesis
is
still looking for it.
Yet.
Oh, he just dives in and kills Lexus.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got the flash up like that, you can. That's legal. You can do that. I'm looking here at the flash summoner spell, and it says no cost, so it's free to use. And Herald making good use of it.
Yeah, now Joker and Doopy looking for the gank in the bottom lane. Akata not quite hit by the bowling ball. Barco Duck continuing to look for a little bit of damage onto the Lilia, but I don't think he can really chase into the jungle. And it's 8-0. Cosa haven't given up an objective yet. They haven't given up a kill.
Yeah, it's no, everything continues to go Kosa's way here. It feels like Kosa are the ones who have put themselves on a clock with some of these picks. Like you would expect the team that has Graves, Gwen,
Oh.
Zeri, Yone to scale a little bit better. Blind scrapping it out with Water Tower in the top lane isn't going to lead to a whole lot. Water Tower is pretty far from killable.
Yeah, Barco Duck just trying to clear this minion wave down in the bottom lane, but Genesis and Joker not going to let that live for too much longer, and that'll be second tower of the game. They can flip up to top lane. Again, all of the options just open to Kosa gamers, and Return of the Middle Sticks feels low on options for the time being.
What do you make of the Okay, I was waiting to see if they got local gold off of that because they were technically not recalled yet. But what do you make of the Stride Breaker for Lexus here? Stride Breaker Ghost Graves seems like yeah, you know, it's definitely a choice. I'm not even necessarily implying that it's the wrong one for this game. I've just personally never seen it before, and I'm struggling to find a world where it's like not situational. I mean, is it not just shield bow typically here?
I would assume so, but I'm not a jungler, not a Masters League player. Lexus pulled out. Oh god, I'm gonna look like a fool. I don't remember what he pulled out a weird build last week as well that worked out pretty well, or 2 weeks ago, I guess. I unfortunately took a week off basically, but yeah. Oh, Yuna face checking in, just gonna snap back after losing 3/4 of his health, and it's full control of the area basically for Kosa. Just the Scuttle Crab kind of illuminating that side of the map right now for ROTM. And Blind and Water Tower just renewing pleasantries up in the top lane. Now with the Riftmaker available, Blind is starting to really tear through this one. Forces the flash out of Water Tower. And, you know, if you were looking for a positive play, there it is. Blind doing all right up in the top lane.
Yeah, we're finally starting to get the Gwen playing against tank experience that they probably were comfortable blind picking, no pun intended, Gwen for. That's always one of the interesting quandaries I run into is like any other player, I'm probably
Well, Yuna also running into a
yeah.
quandary, which is the fact that Herald can just dash over that wall apparently, and that felt unethical, and he's dead.
Mm-hmm. I agree. No, it's one of those things where it's like, oh yes, any other Graves player, I'd be not flaming because I don't really, I try not to do that when I'm on cast in an official capacity, but I'd be more questionable if I wasn't watching players who are like objectively significantly better than I am.
Yeah, this
So
is
offering analysis always kind of sucks in these scenarios. I can analyze the fact that the bot lane inhibitor tower is just gone.
yeah. I almost feel like you try to give the inhibitor in that situation just to get some of that gold and the minions
Mm-hmm.
back into your base, but they're
That's
gonna,
definitely a vibe.
yeah, they're gonna be able to defend that whether they really wanted to or not. And inhibitor's still alive. Dragon no longer. Third dragon
Yeah.
and Cloud Soul point now to Kosa.
And you know, like we're rapidly approaching a scenario where I don't see many paths back into the game for Return of the Middle Sticks. Like they're starting to bleed too many things. Objective bounties, notably a nice change for this season in particular. You're gonna have those for quite a while if you can ever cash in on any of them. Still not anything up on the board for Rodham. Nowhere close actually. The lowest tower is in mid, and it's not quite under half. So
Yeah, at this point, it feels like unless Blind can kind of just explode something up here in the top lane, which yeah, they're sending Herald to shut him down, and that feels like a pretty good answer. The Serpent's Fang, second item.
Yeah, notably really good into characters like Yone and Zeri and Lulu. So
Yeah. Not as
also
good
just
into Gwen, but you take
not
those.
particularly great into Gwen, but it's also just a really cheap item. Like you can pick that up for basically nothing after one of the cheapest mythics in the game. Budget experience here for Herald and his deep pockets. So
Ooh, gets the long distance route. Not quite able to get that Moonlight Vigil, but into the Nautilus ult. Big engage from Yuna. Finally, a little team fight. The Lightning Crash. Not quite used here from Barco Duck. Trying to watch him kite back away, but there's just no health left on him. And Cosa ripping on through. RTM can't find an angle to really chunk through. It felt like a lot of ultimates used to just try to disengage and get Barco Duck out. Lexus is the only one that falls, but oh well, Blind somehow did
blind
as well.
blind also dropped
Okay.
on the back end, unfortunately. Yeah, it's. I mean, for all the scaling we talk about Return of the Middlesticks having, they're definitely not there yet. Barcoduck doesn't really do any damage with just this Triforce in hand. Lexus, you know, he had the opportunity to do some damage there, but Yuna's ult only catching Genesis there really sucked for Return of the Middlesticks, and they're gonna capitalize into a Baron power play for Cosa, which feels fairly natural at 22 minutes when you're this far ahead. We'll have to look what their lane assignments end up as. I don't really see a world where you don't just either 4-1 this or... No, I feel like this is just a 4-1. Like, unless you're... I mean, you're probably comfortable side laning Herald. He's strong enough to kill anybody who shows up.
Yeah. 6-0 just finished his third item, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Edge of Night, just for a little added safety.
Yeah. I don't even think that there's like a huge ability you're worried about getting hit by. But maybe makes you more annoying to polymorph. I don't know. Yeah, Blind versus Water Tower up in the top lane, and this is... If Rodham has a chance, this is where we have to see it. Oh, he walks in and hits him with the Keeper's Verdict. Okay, well...
That's a pretty heads-up play from Water Tower there, to be honest with you. I appreciated that. A lot of people aren't thinking about that in that scenario when, your Gwen is just slicing you up 30 ways from Sunday.
Yeah, they've caught Akata. Akata looking to try to get onto Herald. Oh my god! Well, little unlucky on that one. Barco Duck just trying to defend. Lexus knows that he's dead, unfortunately, after getting hit by the bowling ball. Blind just, he's going to cash out that objective bounty on the top lane tower. But Cosa looking to cash out here for game number 1. Minions rolling into the base. Blind actually just isn't going to recall. Oh my god. So that's game 1. That's a almost perfect game. The top lane tower, the sole casualty of game number 1. Maybe the Fountain will claim something. Doesn't look like it here at the end of the game. But Cosa Gamers, 15-0, 9 towers to 1. They got every other objective on the map. How do you bounce back from that?
I mean, you gotta have, to start with, pretty nuts mental, and probably a complete draft overhaul, I think. Not that I necessarily disliked Return of the Middlesticks' draft, but whatever Cosa Gaming did in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game that put you this far behind, you have to answer. I think you definitely, at minimum, don't let Herald 2 back on Kiana mid.
Yeah, that seems like a solid choice there. Well, we'll take just a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2. So we'll see if RTM can turn it around.
Mm.
Well, they're apparently hoping the big difference is just which side they were on. So our team taking blue side.
And you know, maybe sometimes that is all it takes.
Just a little better skill shot angle. That was the big difference that game.
For sure, for sure. Better pathing options for Lexus, maybe. Who knows?
Shout out to Lipolane for the 8-month resub and Trivia Boy for the follow. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. My personal goal is to get this channel view count higher than my personal channel for the year. So we'll see if we can do that. Because that one isn't affected by a whole lot of stuff. But my personal channel has like 9,800 views. We're at 4,560 right now. So someone's just gonna like spam click in and out of the chat. That counts as a view.
It actually feels really good clicking through some of these pages for stuff like Runeterra Academy and realizing I've been around this scene long enough that I recognize a lot of these names, both players and orgs.
Yeah, it's
Enjoy that experience.
nice. Also, huge shout out to Runeterra Academy. I'm sure they're not watching, but they're just like having the stats available and all of that is fantastic. Like I can pull open this page and I can look at everything that Cosa Gamers has picked for the year on one spreadsheet.
Yeah, this is clean. That's coming from a former TO who's been in enough tournaments to have seen versions of this that were not clean.
But yeah, big fan of a lot of the stuff Runeterra Academy does. Not to red simp, but it they've been a good TO so far. Maybe we'll butt heads the way we have with a couple of others, but so far it seems really good.
Yeah, historically, that does seem to be a trend, but
It's
I
not
don't know.
always without cause. The thing I was thinking of was Tank Diana that Lexus played in week 1, by the way.
Oh, I actually love that build. I think some of the item changes recently have hurt it. I used to play it a lot when it was like, when you know, Phantom Dancer was a lifeline item, and Warmogs didn't suck as a secondary, as a second build path. Gwynsu's didn't do what it does now with crit, so you know, I'd be interested to see what he chose to pick on it now, because I'm sure the build path looks completely different than it did like 2 years ago or so, 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun game. He dropped an 11 bomb. Oh, I didn't. The prediction outcome. Graves, Kiana and Lilia won, by the way.
Yeah, that's funny. My points, I'm actually just inting myself getting to the nice point reward
I
in
mean,
stream.
it's a huge reward. I haven't decided if I'm like actually gonna do anything for it or just like say nice. And that's it. Acknowledge.
I think there should be like a very small nice period Comic Sans banner that you put in like one corner of the stream and it stays there for the rest of the stream.
I could maybe do something like that.
In like 10-point font or something.
Oh, they said R on draft and then they weren't like actually ready on draft.
Oh, nice. Love that. Huge experience. I have the spec link open, don't I? Yes, I do. Very cool.
Okay, there they go. Alright, welcome back, game number 2. Cosa Gamers lead 1-0. Almost a perfect game. It would have been a perfect game except that Blind took a tower as the Nexus was exploding. And, yeah, we're back in it. I imagine we see a Kiana ban. I don't have any other big predictions, though.
Yeah, I feel like that is probable. However, it doesn't look like Return of the Middlesticks initially plans on changing any of their bans. Maybe... Is there a world where they drop a Janna ban for Kiana here?
I just don't know.
Maybe they're not.
If that's like Janna top originally, or if Vengenesis is actually just a big Janna player and also good at the Nautilus. Like that.
I haven't seen what they've banned against Vengenesis, but historically speaking, he's been playing mostly like Thresh, a little bit of Lulu, the odd Morgana game. So yeah, no ban adaptations on either side, and Gwen B1. Are we just getting the salty run back? Because I'm here for it.
That doesn't feel
the Gwen...
advisable, but like, yeah.
The Gwen definitely not the problem, I think, for Rodham in that previous game. Blind played it about as well as you could ask somebody play it in that scenario.
Yeah, definitely agree. And they're gonna run back the Poppy, which, this
Feels
is
totally fair. Not natural, actually. Sticking to tradition, this should be just the Aphelios or Nautilus pick here. Probably the Aphelios, since it's the slightly more contested champion. And they also seem comfortable blinding ADC.
Ooh, they're gonna change it up.
I actually kind of like that.
Yeah, not getting the run back, gonna take the Thresh, which puts a little pressure on Rodham to maybe take the Aphelios here. I don't believe Barcoduck has played it. No, he did play a game of it, actually.
Yeah,
so.
no, it's definitely on Barcoduck's match history. Also, they're kind of taking away the Thresh from Akata. He does play a fair bit of that champion. We're gonna return to Zeri, so if you sub out Thresh for Nautilus, so far we do have the run back. That's a slight adaptation, and definitely a choice if that gets locked in.
That doesn't feel great into the Thresh?
That also doesn't feel super amazing I mean, late game, obviously, the Yuumi Zeri pairing is
Yuumi
disgusting.
Zeri, Yuumi Gwen, but they're gonna take the Nautilus. Okay.
Okay, that feels fine. We're swapping it up a little bit. Nautilus returns to the game, just not in the hands of Vingenesis. And you do get the Aphelios Thresh lane option here. They opted for the Zeri and the Nautilus, which feels like a response to the Thresh, but you get your character if you want it.
Yeah.
Not quite as safe as it would be into Lulu, but yeah, I don't see a reason not to pick that here. It feels like Cosa is getting pretty much everything they want this draft so far.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is Rodham kind of... now we need to see the Kiana ban, I'm pretty sure. Right?
Yeah, I would...
You don't leave that up now.
I feel like it's super int to not ban Kiana. We're not ego challenging at that level, right? Like, Rodham isn't salty enough to just give it to him, I don't think. The Xin Zhao ban is to be expected. That happened last time. It should be followed up by another one of Lexus's most recent champions. I'm blanking on it. It's
either Viego or...
Yeah, it's Viego, I think, is the most likely option. Unless they're willing to ban the Jarvan, which feels inaccurate. We do see the Kiana come through. Okay. Happy about that.
I like that Cosa just uses all of the clock regardless. I don't think you can blame this one on eating fried rice, right? This is just
yeah, I think that's solid. And the Silas will be the follow-up ban as it was last time. So really the only adaptations so far are the Kiana ban and the support swap for Cosa and Akata. We will need to see something new out of Herald, though.
Yeah, what was it that was
and
banned
I don't
from
know
him the last game? It was...
don't know if they're picking it here.
Yeah, that doesn't seem super likely. This feels like it should be the jungle pick. And
yeah.
It's going to be the Volibear, which I guess Poppy Volibear could just flip back and forth if they wanted to, but the Poppy seemed fine into the Gwen last game, so I don't know why they wouldn't just do that.
It was the Vex.
It was the Vex, okay. Vex still definitely a threat. We'll see.
Yeah, could be an issue in this game, but I like the volley. It still leaves it ambiguous, although I don't know why you wouldn't want the Poppy into Gwen matchup again. And there's the Jarvan. That feels like it should be fairly natural.
I wonder if this means that they'll swap the Volibear for the Poppy then, just to get that Poppy into Jarvan matchup. But...
It's possible. I can't say personally that I enjoyed my Volibear into Gwen matchup that I've played recently, but I'm not gonna say it's a bad lane. Gwen doesn't get to utilize Gwen as immune very often into Volibear if he's playing the game correctly.
So that throws a wrench in things. So the Veigar is more the Barcoduck pick than the Yuna pick. Are we going to see the solo lane Zeri with the Vigar bottom with the Nautilus. That would be a definite wrench. I don't know for sure.
That would also definitely be a Return to the Middlestick Senior Division type of choice. I'm here for it, honestly. I think after the 2 experiences I've had playing Zeri solo lane, that it only really sucks for the first couple of backs, and then like after 8-10 minutes, as long as you haven't been completely annihilated, you're pretty much fine. But we'll have to see. It could just be standard lanes, but yeah, it would be an adaptation for Yuna to actually take the Vigar here instead of letting Barkaduck have it.
Yeah, it's definitely traditionally the Barco Duck champion, but it's been played in LCS now, undefeated in 2 games. I didn't see if it got picked in the CLG game that we left, but seems like a power pick that's going to be played quite a bit more going forward. This is a pretty funky champs-like music, alright. Kind of here for this so far. We're listening to LPL champs-like music today. I haven't actually watched the LPL cast in a long time. I don't stay up enough to watch LPL or LCK anymore.
It's been quite a while for me as well. Even catching the highlights, which I used to do fairly consistently.
Oh, this is weird. Okay.
Okay, so unless they're switching in Champ Select, which I don't know if Runeterra Academy has rules on, it is Yuna piloting Vigar so far.
I believe you're allowed to. I don't think that there's any specific rule against it. It does feel a little scummy, maybe, but I don't think there's any specific rule against it.
It definitely would be like full tilt on the mind games to actually let it go down to whatever the LCS ruling is, which is I think is like 20 seconds before game start.
It also feels like you just got perfect gamed almost. It doesn't feel like you're in the position to try to play mind games with your opponent. Like that just feels like you're playing. You're sitting there just trying to play League of Legends. Meanwhile, your opponents are already playing Underwater Parcheesi 20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you're playing a game of League. The opponent is playing Roller Coaster Tycoon 2.
Is that the big brain game?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Catch me pulling fat dubs on SeaWorld Adventure Park Tycoon.
See, I feel that. I used to play a lot of Zoo Tycoon. That came out like. God, I don't want to date myself. Never mind. I'm not going to.
Zoo Tycoon is a top tier game.
Yeah. And then, like a year after I started playing, they released the like dinosaur expansion. That was pretty hype.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
Anyway, I don't know if those games are playable anywhere.
I'm sure somebody has ported it to a emulator somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say I found like an abandonware website that seemed really like actually good and had a lot of games that I was like, oh man, I used to play that. That was kind of crazy.
I'm gonna this will be slightly dating myself as well, but I want a new. I either want to be able to play it again, or I want a new Settlers game.
Settlers?
I was never. I played a lot of Civilization, but Settlers was always more my jam. Sort of in between Civilization and Age of Empires a bit.
Okay.
But it has like a more fleshed out single player. Like you actually just get a town. It's not a city level or nation level world builder. It's you have a town and you have a guardsman militia. You get a bunch of individual shops and citizens and such.
That sounds
it was really well done.
Yeah, I I had a much different PC gaming experience than a lot of other people, I think. In that
Mm,
I played a lot of sports games. So like the first computer game I got was NHL '95 for my computer,
okay, nice.
which definitely dates me. There's like a hard date right there, but yeah, like Madden '98 I played a lot of.
I can't say I can identify with those. The only sports computer games I ever played was when I was a kid. I owned every backyard series except baseball. I had backyard
Oh
basketball, soccer, football.
yeah, backyard hockey
Actually,
was my jam as well. That was a fun game.
oh, I never actually found that one. That would have been super fun to play.
But yeah, backyard baseball and hockey were the two that I had. I think I had football as well, but I didn't have soccer. I'm sure. Anyway, minute 20 to go on this draft. What are we feeling?
You know, so we are like 100%. They're playing the characters right now. Yuna is on the Vigar.
Yeah.
We're back to Barco Duck on Zeri. It's really hard to rate any of the Return of the Middle Six players' performance on the last game, just because of how far behind they were when they started getting any agency on their characters. Like
Yeah.
Zeri at 1.5 items was getting one shot by pretty much everybody on the enemy team except Vingenesis. So
Yeah,
I
it
think
felt
at
like
one point I
Harold just
saw.
kind of took over the game at a certain point, which was very early on in the game. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Very,
Harold got to do a lot of fun things. Joker on Aphelios looked good in the like 2 plays that he had. Doopy wasn't a slouch either in terms of like early impact, but Harold really did shine as, you know, I have selected the assassin character. Oh, I'm legendary. Uh-oh.
All right. Give me who's gonna have more kills in game number 2, the entire Rodham team or Harold plus Joker?
I like that one. That's that feels pretty solid.
You got 5 minutes, so this is honestly more time than I probably should have given you. But
Yeah,
we'll
we actually might get to see like a first blood before I before
yeah.
I have to lock in this prediction.
So definitely keep an eye on that. I need to flip these guys really quick while we're loading. Oh god, they loaded very fast.
And it did. Wow. Okay.
Oh, and into a pause. Let's go. So into a game pause. We'll be monitoring that. Apparently it's a poop gap. It's the mid bathroom break. Oh, the top and the mid laner. Everything's just going wrong right now for Cosa gamers. Well, we're chilling for just a little longer. Oh,
We're hanging out.
there's an R. I still don't understand how the chat, like, it just goes through a bunch of messages at once and then it like gets ahead of where they were. It's very weird.
Yeah.
I don't
I don't
understand
know.
how it
I mean,
interacts with everything, but
I don't believe that any changes have been made to the spectator mode since the game's released. I don't. I refuse.
they just changed the UI. But yeah, I don't think they've actually changed the mode at all.
Yeah, no, they only ever update the UI. It's the same for the client. All of the base code for the client is the same as the 2011 version, and you can't change my mind. And match history is a perfect example.
I still don't understand why they got rid of online match history. That's
That has always puzzled me as a decision because there's no conceivable negative benefit to Riot Games.
server space, maybe? It starts to add up after, you know,
I mean, with the
12 years
number of
of
concurrent
games.
players, yeah, sure, but like it's not unreasonable to assume that Riot Games can afford more server space than they currently have access to.
Yeah. Well, there's our resume pause, and we'll get onto the Rift in just a second. This is my favorite part about the spectate. There we go. Cool. We made it. You know, with the Leprechaun Vigar, you have a plethora of skins available to you, and you go Leprechaun Vigar. How do you feel about that?
It's a choice. I can't claim to know whether or not Yuna is nationally representing the Irish or not, or if it's just are they trying to match a skin theme? No, that's pink. I guess Commando, but Zeri and Nautilus have gone white and black. So
Yeah,
if
they
you're
do.
trying to match with your jungler specifically in slightly different shades, sure.
I do like the rainbow on the meteor shower. That's maybe the only positive benefit to that skin. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
anyway, Joker and Vengenesis are fake leashing in bottom lane, in fact. But so are Barco Duck and Akata. Both junglers are starting on top side and headed to bottom. And I don't believe this is going to be spotted or known by either team. So this could be a pretty nasty surprise for one or both bottom lanes, depending on how fast this clear goes for Doopy and Lexus. And was talking to Lexus when I got the opportunity to cast with him the other day about the 3-camp clear. So blue Gromp and red into bot lane gank. We'll see if he does that.
Yeah, I mean it's the 3-camp clear meta is kind of returning, which I'm a fan of. You can also, I believe, do Red Raptors
Yeah,
Gromp.
it's red Raptors blue. Or red, yeah, no, you're right. Red Raptors Gromp.
You
But
can do Red Raptors Gromp or Blue Gromp Red, and both will give you 3 before your first gank. So I'm glad that that's back. I think 3-camp clear into gank was one of the most interesting early metas we had for a while.
yeah, it always surprises me how little solo laners pay attention to that particular timing. The amount of times that you would just do
Mm-hmm.
the standard 3-camp clear and still be able to find a gank successfully. It's like, you knew the side I was starting on. There's only like 2 choices. Anyway, it doesn't look like this prediction's gonna go through. Yeah, a little unfortunate there, but hook gonna land from Akata onto Joker. A little trading happening down in the bottom lane, but yeah, it's the reverse of what we saw happen in game number 1, though, where now Barco Duck and Akata have a little bit of this lane advantage. They have to be careful, though, because Doopy could be around the corner, although they're assuming not. And this could be an awkward scenario for both junglers now, as... Where is Volibear going? He's headed for that
I
top crab.
I guess yeah. He doesn't want to try and fight Lexus with their bot lane having such priority. Reasonable.
Yeah, I
Oh
wonder if
yeah.
that's just a call because of the bot lane priority. Oh, Akata? Oh, not going to find it. Just going to hit that minion. The flight in, the hook in from
Actually, he's
Vengenesis
in a
into
bit
the
of
tower
trouble.
shot. Akata's in a lot of trouble now. The Ignite ticking him down. That last auto probably isn't quite enough damage, but Akata has to get out of there. It's the heal expended from Barco Duck, and it's unsuccessful early gank for Lexus. They'll
Yeah,
head back.
you'll take heal for Ignite pretty much every day of the week actually, and you get a little bit more time in lane. Corky's on my screen, which I'm unhappy about, but
Oh, Barco Duck looking for the zap through the wall. They're going to get some slows, some autos down, but the Valkyrie will take him out to safety because he's playing Corki and Yuna's level 4.
big ADC roam experience.
Yeah, the ADC solo roam to mid lane is not exactly what I was expecting, but it works out just because
At
of the
level
slow on the zap from the
at
Zeri.
level 3 no less, which is yeah, it's
Yeah, Blind putting a lot of pressure down here early. We saw Water Tower go up, sweep out a ward, but not able to do a whole lot more to relieve the pressure up on this top side. I do think it's interesting. He keeps going for that particular Q combo, where you EQ at the same time just to get the distance. I don't know if that's like the most effective way he could do it, because you could just E auto and then Q, and I don't think the Water Tower can do a whole lot about that other than flash, but he's also significantly better Gwen than I am, so I probably shouldn't say anything like that.
yeah. I think it's the mentality of like they don't get as much time to walk away from you. Like if you're assuming that Water Tower is walking the second you start Eing, you're losing out on a little bit of Q damage, where if you buffer it, you're probably getting more hits per...
I would think that the auto is more damage, but Akata and Lexus gonna go for this.
Maybe.
Doopy taken pretty low. Yuna trying to get in and get involved. The nice flash over the wall from the Volley Bear, and Vengenesis has to get out. Now going to collapse him with the baby cage. They pull Lexus in. They just don't have the damage here. Now Joker is going to be here before Barco Duck. Herald very low, but it's first blood going to Vigar. Yuna has to flash back over the wall, and they get the trade onto Akata, but 100 gold advantage for ROTM. It's mid laner for support, so you feel
Barco
okay
Duck
about
going
that.
for something here.
Yeah, Barco Duck, oh, he's over the wall, but he's right into Joker. He's got the purple gun as well. Roots him up, Doopy low. Barco Duck can't quite finish it off, and the autos from Joker just starting to stack up. Lexus still fighting his way through. Yuna here, big Dragon Lance coming through. They get the
Nice.
2 kills, and Rodham officially with, an infinite amount more kills this game than they had in the last one. Yuna even looking for a little bit more. Doopy trying to run away from his mid lane tower, but Yuna not going to be able to track him down that time.
Yeah, I like the early aggression here, taking advantage of some of the awkward situations and pathing that Cosa Gaming ended up with themselves there. I'm not sure how I feel about Barco Duck going over the wall, but you do keep Doopy there long enough to bait Joker and Co into a death. So
Now Lexus just going to shove in. Doopy threatening top lane, but Blind not quite there. Going to land from Vengenesis onto Akata. They're trying to get some damage down. It just feels like Barco Duck hasn't been able to really get his damage online in either game thus far.
yeah, I mean, this is something that I feel is like a universal fact about Zeri. Very effective champion. Just really takes a while to start doing anything in the game. It almost feels reminiscent of like Vayne. Like Vayne with no items, positively useless. Vayne at 3 items, positively a nightmare.
I don't know. There's some top laners I think would disagree. I have a
Oh, I'm one
name
of them.
for her, but yeah.
That would be me.
But yeah, when you can't just pick on a range versus melee matchup, champion not very good early on. This is
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's
interesting.
also
Just the way that Blind has played out this lane, I think, is super interesting. I don't know why this lane particularly has fascinated me so much both games, but it's been a pretty fun one to watch between Water Tower and Blind. And this game, Water Tower, has a 20 CS advantage, despite all of the pressure that we've seen Blind being able to put on, in terms of the health bar, winning trades, things like that. So really impressive so far by Water Tower.
Yeah, I think part of it has to do with the fact that Water Tower, with Biscuits and Corrupting, which he did last game too, just really doesn't need to take as many recalls or spend as much time outside of lane. CS averages CS averages now at this point account for how much time the average laner has to spend away from their lane to go and heal and buy items and such. So
Herald in a little bit of trouble, has to flash away from the flag and drag from Lexus, and now Corki flashes down, Aphelios flash still down. There's some opportunities for Lexus to find something with this this jacuzzi that he has available.
it could be a very effective Cataclysm in our near future. I love that Herald gets to build triple longsword, and it doesn't really amount to anything because, it's actually the most cost-effective option for his point in the game right now.
I just hate Corki. I'm gonna say it.
I have a similar feeling about Victor, who's the other like Hyper Thanos mid laner on this patch.
Like I don't care about the character design. I don't care about the kit's fine. I'm so tired of seeing that champion be good. I wish that they'd kill him for longer. They neuter him out of meta for a little bit, but he always just comes back like a year later, and he's stronger and more stupid.
I mean, here's the problem with Corki is like the way he's designed is how he's like the metric for how you determine whether or not a scaling mid laner is decent or not.
Mm.
It's the way that it's the same way that like every single control mage they ever printed gets compared to Oriana because Oriana is like the control mage.
Yeah, sometimes you just make an archetypal kit and you're stuck with that one, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Anyway, more pings headed around this mid lane. Doopy looking for something, although these are actually ROTM pings that are coming out. They think that they know where the Volibear is. And Lexus and Akata walking in. Are they going to dive Herald? That seems a little bit risky here in the mid lane.
They know that Herald's flash is down, but like Valkyrie is a skill. Um and it doesn't really feel like you have a free way in when he has Valkyrie up.
Yeah, Blind and Water Tower renewing pleasantries up here. I'm always surprised when Water Tower takes that E to one of the minions. I always expect
Yeah.
Blind to go flying back and we're just going to have the cataclysmic battle up here, but he's been doing a good job just disengaging with that and making sure that Blind can't chase.
Yeah, the needlework is still up. Blind has not fully committed anything quite yet, but
Yeah, and you can see that
yeah,
damage starting to
this
stack up. It still feels like we need to see that Rift Maker before Blind really can start to get an advantage here, but he's doing a good job with the health trades. It's just the 20 CS that I'm a little worried about. Water Tower still doing a good job navigating this. Still has 2 biscuits in inventory as well. I don't know if he has Time Warp Tonic, but that can be a huge swing in a
he
fight.
does.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little dangerous even. Oh, yeah. Well, if you don't find those, you can't really do it. Lexus going in. Herald has the package available, and they're going to force it defensively. That's nice.
That's really nice. You get to burn package right as dragon's spawning, and you already have one of them. That's great.
Ooh, that hook from Vengenesis not quite there, but Yuna doesn't matter. Primordial Burst is a skill. Joker in trouble as he's getting bopped around, and Barco Duck only needs a right-click auto attack. Doesn't even layer into him with the Q. And it's 2 kills for Rodham near the dragon. And
Yeah,
now Water Tower looking for the dive. He's got the Buckler Shield. Blind. Can't dive out of this one. He's stuck on the wall. He's going to find the kill. Not quite successful on the dive there from Water Tower.
he didn't get the stun. I can't really say that I feel like you need to go for that.
Well, he didn't get the well, Yuna's probably dead here. That's a
Yeah.
ult over the wall. It wasn't even an ult, it was just a flash over the wall from
No.
Doopy. They're going to drop the Rift Herald in mid and get a little gold into the pocket of Lexus, but maybe not the most useful usage of that Herald. It's still 370 gold in that first tower going across the team, so RTM in a significantly better spot this game than they were in the last.
Yeah, I can't say I really like. I didn't see the line that Vengenesis and Joker saw because the threat like Vengenesis misses the hook there and then continues walking forward for the flay as level 7 Thresh with no health to speak of. Did not have the Kindle Gem in inventory when that play happened, and like I don't see why you're not expecting just all the damage to immediately hit you.
Yeah, Water Tower going to get stunned up. Oh, that's a cheeky
Really nice keeper's
little
verdict.
E over, but really nice keeper's verdict from Water Tower to disengage. Now Blind in trouble. Gwen is immune underneath this tower. Then Genesis taken pretty low, but he's got the stopwatch, and Joker will finish off that kill. They're going to get the hook onto Water Tower in the top lane. They'll throw him into the pit, and Barco Duck will take another kill. So both top laners experiencing some 3v1 gameplay on opposite sides of the map. The tower going to go first to Cosa Gamers on the bottom side, and not even second to Rodham. It doesn't look like they're really going to pressure that one.
No, it's still pretty full. Not really any damage put down on it during the laning phase, so
Yeah, Akata has the dredge line available if they want to go for the dive underneath the tower onto Herald, but he's got
actually
Flash and Valkyrie.
I don't think anything's stopping. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think anything's stopping Barkodak from finishing this off here. He's got the Triforce, the Spellblade procs, along with Zeri just being fairly decent natural tower taker, decent wave, pretty easy stuff there.
Yeah, plus, not to mention the wards just lighting up that red side. He knows he's not under any threat anytime soon, so takes that one down and evens up that symmetrical trade. So top laners and towers fall on opposite sides of the map, and RTM continues forging ahead with a 1.5 thousand gold lead. They have the one tower advantage, which is the mid lane tower, which has allowed them to get some of this deep vision that they had. It's been swept away now pretty nicely by Cosa gamers, and no real neutral objectives for a while. So we should see both teams kind of settle in here for a little nap. We should. Vengenesis is going to walk aggressively at the Gwen for a second, but yeah, Rift Herald is up now, I guess. Second Herald. Akata going to get caught, though. Doopy getting on to him. The knockup, not going to do a huge amount to try to dissuade it, but in comes the Zeri and the Jarvan to try to find it. Oh, the Primordial Burst! That was so much damage! Able to eliminate Herald, and ROTM finds an extra kill on the end of that fight.
Yeah, no, these fights are being played really well from Return to the Middle Sticks. They take control of an area with like, look at the number of wards that Return to the Middle Sticks has in this quadrant of the jungle, and then you have options like Cataclysm and Primordial Burst, and I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? You can't walk into your jungle.
Yeah, kind of a difficult task. It looked like they had just a good pick on Akata, but the squad arriving for ROTM, the flag and drag from Lexus plus the dash from Zeri over the wall to allow her to appear meant that fight got turned very quickly on its head. And now Dragon up in a minute 4, and Cosa now the team that's going to have a little bit of trouble contesting some of these objectives.
And I feel like the difference for Return of the Middle Sticks this game is what we identified early in the previous game. There are so many more clear go buttons and ways to start fights for Rodham in this game. You've got Depth Charge, you've got the Cataclysm, Flag and Drag. Even Cage Pressure is enough to really at least force some type of engagement or Summoner Spell usage out of Cosa here.
Yeah, Herald does have the package available, so this is contestable, unfortunately, just by virtue of having that passive up. That might as well be his ultimate, right? He doesn't need 4 abilities.
Yeah, effectively.
Anyway, Vengenesis gonna get caught to start out the fight. Lexus trying to do a little bit of damage, puts Corki into the cage, but that package just not doing a whole lot. They do trade it back. Now Barcoduck dashing into melee range. They're taking Water Tower low. Barcoduck just continuing to chase on. Doopy very low, and it's a clean ace. Well, not a clean ace. They lost Lexus, but it's an ace for 1 for Return to the Middle Sticks and a triple kill for Barcoduck.
Yeah, that felt about how this power dynamic should work in a team fight for these two teams, especially when you have Vengenesis basically inting himself to get the like temporary CC down on Yuna, and then Yuna just drops Cage, and the rest of the team fight plays out around Cage. Herald took about half of his health bar from Jarvan before dropping back in with the package to get effectively no damage down.
Oh no!
Oh no.
It should
not
be
like
fine,
this.
But,
It's fine, but
it's a
no.
lot of time wasted. He's got to go back and get some items now, get off the map for a second. But 3 dragons, the Mountain Soul Point now for Return to the Middle Sticks. Baron coming up in 45 seconds as well. It's threatenable as well. There's a lot of damage on the side of ROTM if they slip into Fog of War for a while. So something that Cosa will have to keep an eye on and try to play defensively around. These packages both have been very minorly impactful, and I think that's what we really need to see from Herald with his next one if they're going to try to turn it around. But until then, I don't think that Cosa can really make a play.
Yeah, and it's also like, it's really scary to do anything around Barcoduck right now. He's just finished up his Runeans. He has the Tiamat. I mean, this is the point where, you're about 1.5k away from Zeri being at arguably her strongest point in the game relative to the other characters.
Yeah, and already 6-1, already contributing quite a bit. So just gets a little scarier and scarier now for Cosa. You do have the Aphelios and the Corki on the other side. You really need the 2 and 3 items on those characters as well to try to match, but just the fact that Zeri's going to hit that so much sooner, and you're going to get the accessory items on the Gwen and the Veigar, it's scary times for Cosa right now, and We'll have to see how that package plays out. It's going to be a second Herald up in the top lane for ROTM as they're looking to do what was done to them in game number 1. They take down one tower, and they'll run that one into the inhibitor tower as well, just a little bit after 20 minutes. Blinded Water Tower look like they're going to fight to the death up here in the or in the bottom lane, excuse me, and another Keeper's Verdict, but the Ignite ticks him down, Blind with the solo kill.
Yeah, it feels like Water Tower is trying to do a little bit too much without an option like Bramble Vest. Like you can't take extended fights with Blind at this point in the game. Not with the itemization that you currently have. No plated for the auto damage from Blind either.
So this is a bit risky, I think. ROTM starting up the Baron. Blind has already teleported in. Poppy alive in 10 seconds. Blind? Okay.
Gwen is immune.
Gwen is immune to Baron damage as well, as it turns out.
Yikes! That was actually concerning.
That's a lot of... Lexus hates this. I'm going to say this. It's a lot of tempo lost by RTM there, though. They spent a lot of time on that Baron for no gain. It uses a lot of their time, a lot of their resources just to exist. They didn't lose a huge amount, maybe a wave or two top and mid, but still,
yeah, so, some back timers. The TP off of Blind being probably the largest expenditure, but I feel like it's probably a good look. Maybe poor execution. I think there's definitely a world where that Baron can be secured. But at the end of the day, it's not a big deal.
I just don't know that you're strong enough with the health bars the way they are. I think if the 4-man squad just walks in for Cosa, they can win that fight. Like that's a very winnable fight for Cosa when it shouldn't be in any other respect. But we're back down here. Barco Duck gonna threaten down. Akata looking for Water Tower here. He'll get pinned into the wall. Lexus is also collapsing. This is Rodham members coming from every direction. Slow's going to land onto Water Towers. He sent Lexus away. He's getting pretty low, but still nothing super threatening. Now some of these ults start coming through. Big Hook going to land onto Yuna for the disengage. And our team didn't get a kill. Well, maybe Barco Duck's going to say differently. He gets rooted by the Aphelios. Just not quite enough damage. They do get the tower, which I think was the prize that they wanted anyway. And they get the inside track on this Mountain Drake that's going to spawn in 1 minute and 5.
They did burn a ton for Water Tower not actually dying. The only ultimate you have for this dragon fight now in 105 is going to be Primordial Burst and Cataclysm, it looks like. You might get Needlework back up by then, but Barco Duck will not have Lightning Crash, and there also will be no Depth Charge. Unless the dragon gets stalled out a little bit, which is entirely possible.
Yeah, no box on the side of... Cosa, that's on about the same timer as those other two ultimates.
Keeper's Verdict is gonna be back up though.
Yeah, so 4 ults to 3. Maybe the fight that you're looking for.
Actually, Keeper's is not gonna be up for about 12 seconds after the dragon spawns.
Yeah.
My math is a bit off.
Well, package picked up by Herald. This is the moment if they're gonna contest this Mountain Soul. RTM has kind of set up in this banana bush toward mid. They have mid prio right now. I almost feel like you just give up this dragon and go take a mid tower and an inhibitor.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably fine. I mean, I know that you feel like you win a fight right now, but
yeah,
Cosa has done a good job setting up for this.
That's the higher percentage play. Oh, the Keeper's Verdict misses. Water Tower. Oh, that's a huge package back through. It's burning down Blind on that front, but luckily Gwen is immune if your Return to the Middle sticks. This is really messy, though. Blind taken pretty low. He's going to be taken down by Herald. Zeri finally finds a kill onto the Aphelios. They're going to return just a little bit as now finally the damage starting to get chunked through. It's just Water Tower and Vengenesis left, but that fight did not have to be that messy. Barco Duck and Water Tower duking it out, and it's 1,000 gold shutdown for the Poppy. Vengenesis, the last one on the side of the map, being chased down by Yuna, but it's 2v2 on the map right now, and that did not have to be like that.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks that Water Tower is the one that picks up that money if you're Cosa, but honestly, the Mountain Soul worth 2.5 shutdowns? I'm not positive about that. I mean, overall, it's a net positive play for Rodham, but I feel like there's a world where it doesn't need to be that way.
Yeah, I still feel like the higher percentage play. I know you feel like you win the fight almost 100% of the time, but if you can't wait up package, you just run down mid, take a tower and an inhibitor. What are they going to do about that? If they package behind you, it's Corki strung out without the support from his teammates. And, if they don't, then whatever, they got their first dragon. Congratulations. Like, big ups, but we struck that knife basically deep in. We can secure Baron here in a second.
Yeah. And it looks like they're gonna still look for that Baron, which is entirely fair given the number of resources that were burned. But, yeah, Herald has the TP.
Oh,
Oh no.
Joker getting thrown into the pit. He's got flash available, just not expending it, and he's gonna die with it up.
Um,
Yeah, now in comes the rest of the squad from ROTM. Barcoduck with a lightning crash, getting onto Vengenesis. They'll layer on through and eventually take down the Thresh. Water Tower on the other side. Gonna fall as well. And ROTM, well, should eventually find 3 kills. There it is. Blind snips him down. And
I feel like Joker got himself baited by the fact that he had red-white there. He thought he could just live for long enough to just hold on to flash and be greedy, but you're behind enough that I don't feel like you can ever really justify that.
in comes Doopy, trying to get the steal, not quite there, and the other two
I respect that
clean
attempt.
up. Harold tried to get in as well, but Yuna just said, nah, I'm Vigar, you can't do that one. And they'll clean up. It's kind of a delayed ace for ROTM. They're up 24-9, and now they'll set up shop with their Baron buff. Not even going to recall, just going to head on in.
Yeah, I feel like they know that they're strong enough to get this done, and they can at least get 2 inhibs, maybe more. I mean, Yuna picking off Herald there really opens this base up quite a bit.
Well, there we go. 2 inhibitors down. Water Tower shaking his lollipop, as one does. And now the recall's coming through, finally. But RTM, very clear path to victory here in Game 2. We saw the stomp, the absolute state of League of Legends in Game number 1. Just the Kiana overrunning the game. In Game number 2, it's felt exactly the opposite. It's been the Kiana and Vigar show on the other side, and hopefully we get a close Game number 3 because these first 2 games have not been particularly close.
Yeah, no, it feels like stomp for stomp either way, which, it's sometimes the way these types of series go. The 3rd game is where draft really takes on its own identity, and we've identified, like, we can't let the X player have Y champion, or we are kinda just boned.
Yep, they're going to catch Water Tower here to start this one off. Actually, Barcoduck, well, just going to get sent away, but Lexus has the jacuzzi available, and it's a little too warm for Water Tower to handle. Now the rest of the squad in. Vengenesis, Doopy falling. It's Herald and Joker trying to defend the base, and it's just not quite going to happen this game. Oh, pulled him into the meteor. That's cheeky, and Barcoduck just going to continually gun Joker down in his base. And game number 2.
I appreciated Akata hitting the Valkyrie and not throwing it behind where Corki was. That was kind of nice. But yeah, no, really clean game from Return to the Middle Sticks. I feel like the adaptations they wanted in draft got picked. Clear ways to start fights and slightly better crowd control, team fighting experience seems to be the formula.
Yeah, well, we're tied up at 1. We're going to an ace match, so we'll be right back with that game. You won't want to miss it. Cosa Gamers and Rodham tied up at 1.
And we're drafting. Let's go. So we've got the token Trundle band from Cosa coming through, the Heck Room returning, 0 draft adaptations. We continue banning. It's fine. LeBlanc, Janna, that's interesting ordering from Return of the Middle Sticks. They might be looking to sub something out for that Victor ban now that Cosa Gaming is back on blue side. Or not. Or they're just not worried about it. I think that's probably fine. Cosa continuing to put really high priority on this Poppy. Love that. If it's working for your top laner, which you know, it hasn't been so bad. To see what Return of the Middle Sticks answer with. They have the Gwen. That's been the matchup. I don't see a reason to stray from it now, and that's what they're hovering. Might be talking about what they pick up here as a secondary. We see a return to the Nautilus, or they're going to take away the Thresh. This would be the first time it's gotten into Akata's hands, and we are going to see that. Akata gets his Thresh in Game 3 finally. Cosa can go back to the Aphelios Nautilus lane if they want. They can take away the Zeri. I'm not positive that they're looking at that option, considering they've had it before and Joker has not prioritized it a whole lot. It is going to be the Nautilus, so that seems to be the trade that we're comfortable with in our little closed off section of meta drafting here for this series in particular. And they are going to do it. They are going to take away the Zeri this time, so Cosa pulling a little bit of a switcheroo, and it won't be the Aphelios handshake. We're actually just going to go straight to the Jinx here for Return of the Middle Sticks. I actually kind of like that. Not playing into it for Barco Duck. We're just going to circumvent that. Aphelios, who needs all 200 of those years?
Sorry, I'm back now. My bad. Thank you for filling on that.
No worries. It's been a fun little draft adventure we've had going on here. No Vigar, Cage bad, no Supreme displays, no emo, and if this continues, it should be a Xin Zhao ban from Cosa here. Unless they're looking really hard to pinch the mid laner pool here for Yuna, but that feels like it's probably inaccurate since I could see Lexus just snapping up a Xin Zhao chance here.
Yeah, maybe you don't worry about it because, I mean, what's the difference between Xin Zhao and Jarvan, right? Well,
apparently you're worried about it, so Cosa gonna remove the Xin Zhao for 3 games in a row. We're 3 for 3 here. This feels like it's probably just a Jarvan, right?
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't be a Jarvan. Although Zeri has more mobility than Aphelios does, which I think was the big, key that Lexus was looking for, right? They picked that immobile 80 carry, meant that he could slam him into the jacuzzi, and if he didn't have flash, he'd leave. But he's just gonna do it anyway. It's an all-around solid pick.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri is a lot of her mobility is based on her speed. Like, you're gonna have to expend E or flash to get out of Jarvan's thing, so. Notably, Aphelios does not have one of those options, so it was just flash, but oh, we're hovering my boy. It's the character. Oh. I mean, I kind of knew that it wasn't going to happen. Like, you don't actually play that character into Gwen, but. Yes!
Alright.
Sorry,
so
I got really excited.
I don't know that that's your character into Gwen, right?
No, it's probably not, but are you really, are you mid laning Set right now? Set's not a jungler. I will die on that hill.
So is he a support and you're jungling Nautilus? Like, where?
I
mean,
know...
the way this makes sense is Set top with Poppy jungle, right? But
yeah,
we haven't seen
would.
that flex so far, and it feels weird that you would swap that up. They're gonna get the Silas. That was left open.
Yeah, I mean, if you are we talked about it in game 1. If you are prioing the Poppy flex pick matchup and you don't like it after the last game you had it into Gwen, which I mean, you kind of don't like it after the last game you had it into into Gwyn. Blind has been pretty comfortable in this experience. Maybe you just give your jungler the Poppy and let Water Tower have a crack at it with a more damage-based champion. He has a game on set previous to this, 3-1 and 7 KD, easy
Ooh.
dub for them, but yeah,
Renekton.
it's also a okay. So I'm at this point convinced that both Return of the Middle Sticks and Cosa know where all of these characters are going, and I'm just guessing at it.
Yeah.
So,
So the
props to
interesting
them
thing,
for the scouting.
from what I know, right, which isn't a huge amount more than I think you could gather off of their team sheet, but a little bit. The Renekton is a blind champion. Gwen, also a blind champion. So I don't know which one of these is for Yuna. I would assume it's the Renekton into the Silas, but it could be very wrong. We could just see
That feels like it makes a fair amount of sense.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah, some adaptations here for Cosa. A few forced adaptations for Return of the Middle Sticks, but they seem like they're back to their winning formula that they had in game number 2, with a slightly less controlling mid lane option. Like you don't have to play into you don't have to play into Corki again, so maybe you don't need something like Vigar Cage. Maybe this can be a little bit more frantic melee-oriented game that it's turned out to be based on the champions that we've selected. I'm a little confused as to the Sylas selection. Like, you either like really like Sylas as a character, or you know something about the game that I don't, because some of your ult selections here are pretty meh. Like, you don't mind Cataclysm because it's cool lockdown, Box is sometimes cool, Dominus notably is like a personal favorite of mine, but not particularly amazing, and then Rocket and Needlework kind of feel just bad. Like, there's no Malphite in this game.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you have the big high value ultimates, but it's been banned from him both games. It seems like something that both teams have been worried about Herald piloting, so I'm curious to see what he's got on that pick. Maybe he's just...
Herald is not actually a sub, correct? This is their primary mid laner. He's just name swapped, I assume.
It's either a name change or an account change, I think, because the champion pool is exactly the same as the one that's in the dock. And
we haven't seen anything similar to like the Fizz or the Ziggs, but this doesn't really feel like the series for it, and everything else is here.
Yeah, what I think is weird is that it's like a level 86 account. I just don't
secondary.
know. Yeah, I just don't know if it's a secondary or what's happening. I don't want to make that judgment, but
yeah. It didn't even occur to me, because that's everything else fell into line, like the champion picks, what's being banned against him. Everything else seemed fine until I saw the summoner name on the dock, and I was like, hey, wait a second.
Yeah. As an update, Crowstorm up 1-0 on Mint Gaming. They just loaded into game number 2. Dark Wind is underway for game number 1, almost done, or should be. I don't have an update on that one, but they're like 31 minutes in, so... hopefully we'll get an update after game 1. So yeah, that's where we're at in Middlesticks land. But first things first, some unfinished business here between Cosa Gamers and our senior division team. Level at 1, and the Masters team looking to improve to 3-0 on the year. And Cosa, trying to drag both of them down to 2-1. It's a good top of the table match, it feels like, and it could be one that both teams look back on at the end of the year and wish they'd had go the other way.
Yeah, definitely. I want to do something fun for the game 3 prediction. I want to do who lands more hooks, but that requires me to like keep track and count, and then
Yeah.
chat gets angry if I miss one, and direct to camera could also miss one. It's not feasible. Mm. We could do vision score.
That also
Combine
requires us
vision
to look
score
at
for
it,
like
but-
junglers and no, because we can just do it by who ends up with more vision score at the end of the game.
yeah,
Thresh
but
Jarvan or
if we leave without getting it, we have to go watch
Poppy
the
Nautilus.
replay. And, yeah, but we can do that.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. We're throwing out funny options. I don't feel like we can feasibly get away with tossing out who has more kills for the third game in a row, given that we didn't get a bite last time.
Yeah. We'll try it. Here we go. Nautilus. German 4 plus Trish. Cool. Alright. Let us know what you think. Open update. Okay, Darkwind down 1-0 after their game against William and Mary. That one just finished up, so they'll take a regroup and get into draft for game 2. So we'll have something to watch after this game, unless it goes 90 minutes, which it could.
Entirely possible.
Oh, I was in the middle of trying to bring up the team sheet and I just never did. Whoops. Oops. Okay, so yeah, actually, so Mint Gaming Mirage won their match, so they're 3-0 now. So Middlestick's trying to match them, and if Cosa wins, then these are the two teams tied for second, essentially. So big Group 1 matchup here. And because there's only 5 weeks in the regular season for these guys, it's already getting down to brass tacks, right? They've is that even the right phrase? I don't know. I'm so tired.
It's probably fine. Something close.
Like I don't have any brass tacks. Like I don't know why you'd make them out of brass rather than another metal. Anyway, but yeah, after this week, only 2 weeks left, so most of your season already been determined. Rodham still has to play Mint, which, if it continues, if Rodham takes this victory, they get what is on paper an easier game next week against OMT Chaos, and then they have the big Week 5 matchup looming against Mint.
Yeah, I know some of the Mint players. It's not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination, but
yeah, there's also the risk if you don't bring home this one, then you have to win next week. It puts a lot of pressure on that game that should otherwise not have a whole lot of pressure on it. We're loaded in, but I'm fixing the scoreboard. Sorry. Okay. Cool. So, welcome back. Summoners are for game number 3 between Return of the Middle Sticks and Cosa Gamers. Both of the first 2 games kind of pretty stompy. Game 1, an almost perfect game for Cosa Gamers, and game 2, more of a traditional snowball, I'd say, from Return of the Middle Sticks. A couple of opportunities for Cosa, but it got out of hand relatively quickly. And here we are for game 3, both teams 5-point. Not the fake leashes this time that we saw. Or maybe we still will. There's still an opportunity to, but
yeah, there's still enough time for it. But it does look like we're getting a back from Doopy, so maybe he's walking out to bot lane, and it's gonna be little switch up in the jungle. Gonna be heading to opposite sides of the map. We like that.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Still the fake leash coming from the bottom lane. Importantly, that they haven't walked forward. It looks like Nautilus put his ward up into that tri-bush to try to spot if they were just standing there and fake leashing. Ooh, they might see him walk in early. Yeah, the ping should mean that they know that Jarvan started on his top side.
Yeah. No, they should be aware of that. Actually, I
Ooh, they're
love this
just gonna
from
full
Water
shove.
Tower. He's gonna try brush trap blind here and get a bunch of damage down. I'm a huge fan of that play. I love doing that. Cassette gets to regen that back up anyway, so if it goes poorly for you to start with, then you get the health back, but usually it doesn't because you have tempo, so.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the bottom side, this going the way it went in game number 2, Barco Duck and Akata getting the shove in early, and we're headed to opposite sides. It's the Poppy for Doopy as he clears. So what? He's gone for the phase rush, which is kind of an interesting keystone.
I wonder if he's going a little bit damage heavy in this Poppy option. Poppy, a very effective jungle option into Jarvan specifically. You don't really care about getting cataclysmed because you've got charge, and you don't really care about flag and drag because you've got steadfast presence. So
What is that Poppy skin?
little interactivity.
We'll see it again here in a second. I don't recognize the skin offhand. Anyway, we'll watch it later. Hook not quite going to land there on the Joker as he's got his dash away, and a little bit of wasted time there by Lexus, but gets a ward for his trouble. And Blind is recalling underneath his tier 2 as he's getting proxied by Water Tower right now.
I'm sorry, I just got back. My roommate was asking me a question. You
Yeah,
were talking about Poppy cosmetics. That's bewitching.
that's a skin? Alright.
Yeah, that line kind of did not get any any press, so to speak.
No, like I knew there was a Yumi skin, mostly because I have a Yumi one-trick friend. Don't ask. Um,
Oh, I know him.
yeah. Anyway, Doopy looking maybe for the gank in mid, but Lexus shows, so the 2v2 is actually a very interesting proposition between the Poppy Silas and the Renekton Jarvan. You'd think the Renekton Jarvan should be a little bit stronger early on, but just going to be the shove in right now. Got to keep an eye on Blind. Forced already to teleport after he got kind of proxied and forced off of the wave. But Set hasn't been able to really capitalize. He holds his teleport, which is the big advantage that Water Tower is able to gain off of this.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, this is actually a pretty volatile matchup. If Set oversteps, then he gets super punished by Blind. But if he doesn't and he plays it
Akata
without
going in
any
for the
like,
flay, and he's just not very tanky. Yeah, he's got to get out of there.
yeah.
The Ignite gonna burn him pretty low, and kind of unfortunate there for Makata, not able to find anything with that hook.
So if Water Tower continues playing this lane out without any unforced errors, like burning W that early, then it's actually fairly uninteractive for Gwen. But if he oversteps or misses an ability or misspaces, then it actually is pretty losing as far as Set matchups go.
Oh, looking for it now. Poppy headed in with the Steadfast Presence. There's the W, the
Oh
Ignite
no.
kicking him down, but it's just not quite going to be enough from Blind, and now turning on to Doopy, but he's under no threat himself, so Blind able to successfully fight off the gank up in top side, and now getting that shove in might give him that little tempo that he needs back in. Meanwhile, Herald getting aggressed on in mid, tries to hit the chain back in. I don't think he wanted that had he hit it anyway, but flash blown in the mid lane, and Lexus on the prowl toward this bottom side.
If I'm Set, I'm spam pinging Doopy for that one. Blind has no flash. He has no way of getting out of that W. It's fully charged and true damage.
Ooh, Yuna has the Dominus available. Doopy now walking in, gonna find Lexus. He actually has a small level advantage. Lexus just trying to steal these Raptors, but in comes Vengenesis and Joker. They're gonna get the hook onto Lexus. He's got a flash over the wall. Yuna in, gets pulled back out by the Dark Passage, and everybody's gonna disengage.
Yep, a few resources blown. Yuna doesn't have to do flash, but Lexus does, which kind of sucks. Kata's flash is also down, but I don't remember if that happened. No, that was burned way earlier in lane. So yeah, Herald down a flash, Doopy down his flash, but no kills on the board quite yet.
Yeah, level 6 hit by Water Tower. Gonna go ahead and knock in with that the Haymaker and shove it back underneath Blind's tower, which you can see that CS advantage starting to mount up just a little bit. About 18 right now. He'll grab a couple more underneath his tower. Ooh, a good hook gonna land. Can he get to the Dark Passage? Architect forced to flash out. Has the Flame Chompers. They're gonna turn a little bit of damage back. Cleanse from Joker. Nice little grab just because of that hook from Akata. And again, no kills just yet. Just a lot of summoner spells being blown. And now Blind and Water Tower are gonna commit for this one. Blind, very low, gets punched
Yeah.
down. It's first blood for Water Tower.
Blind went into that without any mana for an extra E, so he wasn't able to dodge out of the Haymaker damage completely there. It was well played by Water Tower to position himself behind Gwen up against that wall. There's very few places that Blind would have been able to E to avoid Haymaker damage completely anyway, so maybe just a poor overstepped fight selection there from Blind, but good on Water Tower to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and
He's
it
also up quite a bit of CS, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and it continues to eat up that CS. You can see it dying to the tower right now. So, just a large advantage now for Water Tower up there, and you can see it in the items. It's the Iron Spike Whip plus 2 long swords plus the boots compared to just an Amp Tome and a Ruby Crystal.
I'm interested to see what I mean. It's probably just the standard, slightly nerfed Gore Drinker Mythic here for uh, set. I have theorized a couple of good set builds that utilize the Stride Breaker, but none of them feel particularly like the right option for this game in particular.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think it's kind of interesting. Doopy rushed the Ionian boots on the Poppy.
that is slightly odd. What are maybe you're really looking for maybe you're really looking for heavy Poppy jungle insect experience where you flash behind and charge somebody, but that doesn't feel like it's reason enough to go early Ionian.
Yeah, definitely interesting. We'll see where he goes from that build, but could be just a lot of CDR just trying to spam, I don't know, hammer shocks, I guess. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
what
mean,
the
faster Q does kind of help out as clear, and CDR boots is one way of doing that without sacrificing early movement speed for clearing. It's like he wants to try and keep pace with Jarvan's ability to go camp to camp with stuff like Flag and Drag. Feels interesting to tech into that as a first item option, but yeah, there's reasons I'm not masters in jungle, so
Yep. Doopy having some lag issues, so hopefully he gets that resolved here relatively quickly and we can get back into the game. Um, yeah. Uh, I didn't see. Did CLG pull off the big upset win? Probably not.
no.
Low percentage chance there. No, not a chance. They got smoked. Oh, I guess it wasn't that bad. 15 to 10 in
No, they
kills.
they they gave
Yeah.
a fairly decent account of themselves.
Sometimes you just have the most kills on your team is Tom Kench for Core JJ. It happens.
Hey, I wouldn't know anything about that experience. I have definitely never been there.
Yeah. I don't have any other update on this. The chat hasn't updated, which is kind of strange. Oh, it's not Doopy. It's actually Lexus that's lagging. Excuse me. Gotta attribute the lag correctly.
Oh, that's somewhat unfortunate.
Yeah. How are you feeling about the LS departure?
I feel like there was a telling statistic that was posted the day that the news broke on Twitter on the same thread. LS on all of his major coaching positions holds an average of 77 days, and he was at this one for 78. So arguably, he actually has more average time with Cloud9 than he should. But at the same time, I feel like the timing of it was kind of a slap in the face. Like you really announced the dumping of your head coach an hour before your LCS match for that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Apparently told him 4 hours before, so he'd been prepping away
He'd
probably.
been notified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But prior to that, you'd have to imagine, he's prepped, got a game plan, and then it looked like that wasn't an LS game plan that they went with for game one. So that was kind of interesting.
No, fairly clearly not, as far as I can tell. I mean, definitely not what I would imagine LS has prepped for this particular match that we're on.
Anyway, we're back into game. Our lovely pause is done, and we can continue. So, the CS advantage we've noted in top lane. We have not noted the ones in the bottom and mid lane, though. Yuna and Barco Duck doing pretty well. Water Tower just W'd backwards. Maybe a spectator glitch. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not positive.
I saw the lag there, regardless. I'll vouch for him. But yeah, now gonna look for that trade. I feel like Blind can fight this. Especially with Jarvan, in that blue side. You can go more aggressive for this, especially because he has Ignite. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he just gets completely destroyed in this matchup and I'm off base, but...
I feel like he can. I feel like he doesn't necessarily have to.
Okay, there it is. Okay, yeah, he actually just doesn't have any damage. He knows better than I do. Okay. I don't know why I doubted that he didn't, but the Ignite expended, and now Yuna and Herald gonna have a Dominus off, and it's gonna go the way of Yuna. Now Doopy swings in looking for the secure, but this is... It looks the same as when you get your level 6 Renekton in the top lane. Yuna just tearing on through. Gonna have his E up soon. Oh, that pin was almost so good from Doopy, but Yuna does get the double kill, and now 2-0 on the Croc.
I feel like if he feints right there instead and tries to pin to the jut of Raptor's wall, he actually has the range. But I don't know if he had enough time to get to that angle before dying.
I also don't know if that's enough damage. That might just leave him at like single digits.
I mean, it's
still gets
if
the
you
kill,
got
but...
if you've got the stun and then you get first proc of Q, it's definitely enough damage. Actually, if you have passive proc up, it's probably more consistent to go stun into passive auto. You're not waiting for the second pop of the Q, but regardless, a nice 1v2 there for Yuna. Doesn't hurt to have the first mythic in the game as Croc mid.
Yeah, the Gourd Drinker in his pocket, feeling very strong right now, especially compared to Herald, I would imagine, who's on the bits and pieces build, the garage sale, the whatever you want to call it. Water Tower and Blind, though, this is not going super well for Blind, and now Doopy is here to try to pin him onto the wall. He does get the stun, the dash out, trying to turn the damage, but the tower isn't going to be enough to dissuade the dive, and another kill up in the top side for Water Tower puts him on 2-0. And a pretty level game. Now some turret plates going. That might actually be a small gold lead for Cosa gamers. Lexus looking around mid, goes in for the EQ, forces the flash out of Herald. So trade of flashes, the Jinx Rocket just a little wide. And Doopy and Water Tower still pushing on through. They're going to get at least a charge into the second tower. Probably won't get too much more as there's Blind to stop it, and it's as predicted. Oh my god, excuse me. As predicted, a small lead um, for Cosa gamers now.
Sorry about that. I made a mistake. I ate what I thought was not caramel, and it was.
Oh, well, Yuna's dead, and so is Lexus, and I
Yeah.
didn't quite see how that happened, but regardless, 2 picks into the dragon for...
Even Genesis kind of just got to walk up and depth charge somebody for free, and that depth charge ended up catching 2 people, and then one of those people got ignited. Regardless, no, it was the implication being that like it was milk dud levels of caramel, and I just like I was here and hearing everything and could not speak because my teeth were glued to each other.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. Oh, the hook in. They might be able to finish off Water Tower. Yeah, there's the Jinx Rocket, and the last tower shot isn't quite enough. It's got the shield. Herald back in, looking for the dive. I don't think he can find it, and Barco Duck is going to get 2 free kills.
That's so that's wildly unlucky. Herald actually trapped his own top laner into the Jarvan jacuzzi there after Water Tower very patiently played out a scenario in which he would have lived. That sucks, man. It's like the second time, and maybe I'm more attuned to it because I play a lot of set, but it's definitely the second time. You can see it in chat.
Well,
Man.
4 to 4. 2 kills a piece on Yuna and Barco Duck for Return of the Middle Sticks. A little bit more evenly spread for Cosa. Lexus looks like still having a little trouble with his ping. Hopefully that settles down for him, as we want the best game for the stream. But this one, much more even than the first 2.
Yeah, definitely agree on that. I mean, if you have to play with something close to 100, 150 ping, Jarvan isn't really the worst option for you, but you definitely prefer just to not have that scenario ever.
Yeah, it does mean that you probably can't pull off any flashy Q shenanigans. It's going to be much more straightforward. But yeah, Rift Herald going to go into the pockets of Cosa gamers, see if they can knock down this mid tower perhaps, get a little priority potentially for Dragon here in 3 minutes. A couple of options for him. But yeah, now Mythic's getting finished up almost across the board. Blind, unfortunately, lagging a little bit behind if you're a Return of the Middle Sticks fan. He's leveled up this CS discrepancy that he's had. It's closer. He's taken the Krugs a couple of times. He's going to get this thick wave. Yeah, Lexus over the wall. They might be looking for a play here in bottom lane, but Vengenesis also hanging around. It always feels like there's these 2- and 3-man squads just kind of hanging around. And now Blind may be in trouble. Doopy has the Rift Herald available. They could just look to bash open this inhibitor. That wasn't really an option I'd considered, but one that's looking maybe more likely right now, as Poppy winding his way now in between the base and the wall there, and Blind's going to be forced to dash back to the safety of his base. Where is the help coming from ROTM? They're so deep in the enemy jungle. Now the recall's starting to come through, and even if you recall to clean this one up, it's almost, you know, what's going to happen on the other side. They're going to get the pick onto Herald, though, as that materializes. Blind's going to fall. They get the charge into the inhibitor, and the game kind of explodes out of nowhere. So pick for pick, but the top lane towers both go down up in the top lane for Cosa, and it's a mess, but it's an even game. It's a 400 gold lead for CG.
That I like it remains an even game, but that feels like such a losing play from Return of the Middle Sticks. They don't bait anybody down into the brush where the 3 of them who did not recall are all just kind of standing around on a control ward, hoping that a wild Zeri appears for them to kill. They lose top inhib, but in another scenario where like you would almost rather Cosa had stayed to try and force the inhibitors so you could get gold fed into you. Now it's just up there at half HP with no tower defending it.
Yeah, it's almost like the threat of your inhibitor falling is worse than the inhibitor actually falling.
Oh, by leaps and bounds. At 17 minutes, you would always rather have super minions feeding into your base for your 2-0 Jinx to just annihilate, who has the most farm in the game, by the way, by quite a bit.
Yeah, 10 CS a minute, by the way, for Barco Duck.
Yeah.
Doing a good job killing the blue creeps. And I guess it's not really fair to call them creeps, you know? Like, maybe they're nice
Yeah,
people.
one of the
Maybe they're
one of the
not, like,
few
I don't know.
adages that
Anyway, hook gonna land from Vengenesis. They're gonna grab it into the showstopper. Nobody's super low just yet into the backline. They go. Lexus is gonna fall, but the Jacuzzi locked up 4 of them. Flash forward. Water tower gets reset on. Can they get a little bit more? Where's the engage? It's just not there. So it's the 1-for-1 water tower for Lexus, and an explosion of ultimates and abilities, but not a whole lot of real damage being traded back.
yeah, just the 1-for-1, and then Akata's unfortunate flash hook into the minion wave at the end of it. Barco Duck has to expend everything, as does you know quite a few people expending at least flash or cleanse. Notably, CG, had they had the health bars to support it, could have used all 4 of their active flashes to re-engage that, but just opting to live to fight another day, and it'll be Dragon as the prize.
Yeah, although Lexus falls, his Cataclysm did so much to help stall out that engage, the initial engage from Cosa. It meant that Barco Duck could regroup and kind of start to turn that damage back around. It meant that Blind wasn't under fire, and you know, even though he falls, he gets the heal, the 5-man heal off of the Gore Drinker. I thought it was really well done by him, even in kind
Yeah,
of the more negative play in that situation.
yeah, definitely agree on that one. What I was about to pay some semblance of homage to is that creeps and creep score is one of the few vestiges left in League of Legends as a reference to Dota, the original like Warcraft 3 mod Dota, not what they have turned it into now on the Steam platform, but creep score still the standard method for you know, identifying how many minions somebody has killed. That and Rylai's Crystal Scepter being named after Rylai, Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, also Baron Nashor,
Yeah, good point. I did forget about that one. That one's kind of solid.
which for this stream, Nashor backwards is Roshan, which is the name of the mythic monster in the middle of the pit in Dota.
Yeah. So, yeah, this game having its roots in... Oh, almost actually pulling Herald out of that recall there. This game having its roots in the MOBA that at least started the genre. Kind of cool that they have not yet done what they can to whitewash it, so to speak, into because it's been some time since League passed up Dota in terms of player count, like a very long time, several years.
I don't know that it was ever, like, not ever, but like season 2, right? I think.
Yeah, I
Probably
think
when it
no,
happened.
because like season 2 for player count probably not, maybe competition viewership, like 2013's and 2012's international were both significantly more watched than League's Worlds, I'm pretty
Anyway,
sure.
if you're ever looking for some fun esports to watch and there's no league on, the international is always a great time. Even if you have no idea what's
Yeah,
going on,
agreed.
their casters are actually phenomenal. Like
Oh, true.
almost across the board. I
Yeah.
really appreciate most of the Dota casters.
I miss listening to Toby One. I watched almost all of like the Defense 3 when it was an online tournament. Great time. Toby One's a legend.
Yeah, hook there from Akata, not quite gonna hit, but they grab another tower down here.
Yeah, as we've been kind of reminiscing about games long past their expiration date, Return of the Middlesticks has been applying a lot of pressure to this game. They've erased every tower
Oh, they
outside of
get the
inhibitor
recall
turrets except
interrupt
one.
onto Barco Duck. Can he actually grab the Dark Passage? It's
Oh
not there
no.
for him. It's a huge shutdown for Joker. And now the
Oh
Baron
no,
in
that's
the sights of
so
Cosa Gamers.
unfortunate. It was such a good interrupt there, but Akata dropped the lantern and then tried to get some extra distance on it, assuming that depth charge was going to come out. and then it was enough lockdown that he actually walked out of range before Barkoduck could like zoom in and click on it. Vengenesis didn't ward it or anything. It would have been an option had he not been actively in the air at that point in time.
Well,
What a swing. They just
yeah.
pull that type of play off, get the easy snap on the recall, kill the enemy super fed ADC, and pick up their Baron power play as dragons start spawning. I feel like this dragon's also a bait for them, right? Like
Right, you
if
just
you
set
have
up your
Baron,
waves, you push.
you just set up waves for
Yeah,
this. Yeah. You can go to that whenever you want.
but in they come, the mid lane. Oh, that would have been a big hook from Akata,
Mm.
but not quite able to find it. They're going to set up Dragon anyway, it looks like, or at least set up some vision around the Dragon area, which hard to really knock them for. But in come the Cosa gamers toward mid. It's the 5 stacks from both sides. Oh, almost the 5 stacks, actually. Gwen is separated right now. Does
Yeah,
have the
Blind
Unleashed
with his
teleport.
TP up is off in the side lane hanging out.
Yeah, got a little lag there. I hope that's nothing significant. But in we come. Lexus trying to EQ onto Water Tower. Going to start off the fight. Not really getting a whole lot done. Now into the Zanyas. The lightning crash from Joker's. He's just putting down so much damage from the back. But the health bars going in favor of ROTM thus far. It's Joker and Herald left alive. Herald the last one left. He can't finish him off with the rocket. He's in the Zanyas, and that's not going to matter. It's the ace for return to the middle sticks. Barco Duck popped off that fight.
Yeah, Barkoduck played that really, really well. Honestly, it was nice looking to begin with. There was so much that just kind of got expended that was absorbed by Cosa. The Cataclysm didn't catch anybody. The initial Zanya's slash stopwatches from both the respective players for Vengenesis and Lexus kind of didn't really end up mattering, and then it was just nobody could get to Barkoduck.
Well, we flip back again toward our OTM, 11 to 8 now in kills. Have about a 2,000 gold lead. I'm gonna hit the plus button just because I lagged a little, and now we're back another second ahead. Cool. Um, so a 2,000 gold lead for RTM. They're on Infernal Soul Point here in 4.5 minutes. That'll become available for them. A lot of pressure now on Kosa to find another miracle fight, another miracle pick. They got a lot of shutdown gold prior to that. They got the gold from the Baron into their back pockets to try to level out this game. You can see just the gold totals on the 80 carries. Barco Duck 11,400 and Joker 10,500. Really putting the teams on their back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just hit the 3-item Zeri experience, so you know we've got online carries. This is not out of the realm of possibility for Cosa Gaming by any stretch of the imagination. They're only about 2,500 gold down.
Ooh, the knock-up on Genesis. Lexus looking for this one. They're going to teleport in on the standard. In comes Blind. They're going to be able to take down Genesis. The Keeper's Verdict from Doopy not going to be enough, and they'll pull Yuna back in to try to help. So Tower going to fall here in the mid lane. The hook lands onto Herald, forces the stopwatch out, and now the fight going to break out. Barkoduck still untouched on the backside. Watch his damage. Herald now trying to get onto him, trying to finish him off. Do anything he can, but it's just not enough. Joker, the last one alive. The rocket from downtown will finish off another kill, and Joker trying to 1v4 right now on the Zeri, 1v5 even. Gonna get hit by the zap, and that should mean that he'll have to back off the inhibitor.
Yeah, honestly, like Joker is doing his absolute best right now. He's really close to getting it. Him and Water Tower are putting so much damage down, but not able to finish anybody off, and they are going to probably drop their other inhibitor here as well. Yeah, it's difficult to imagine a scenario where this doesn't get converted into even more gold and resources into the pockets of Return of the Middle Sticks. Now at 27, you don't worry at all about having inhibitors down on the enemy team. In fact, you welcome it. You get to do exactly what they're doing now, which is starve out the enemy jungle, place a ridiculous, almost suffocating amount of vision down.
Yeah, now that Dragon in 2 minutes, the Infernal Soul feels Definitely like it should be theirs. Should be Return of the Middle Sticks. Kind of a interesting. We hadn't pointed out Doopy's build. He's got the why can I only remember the Orn upgrade of this item? The Turbo Chem Tank.
Turbo
Excuse
Chem
me.
Tank.
I was like Explosive Experiment, but that's the Orn upgrade. He's got a Randuin's and then into the Bramble Vest, so just a lot of armor stacked up, which is fair. The only
Yeah, it
magic
seems fair
damage
because
coming out of the
blind has
Gwen.
kind of been stuffed out in this game so far. This feels pretty difficult for Water Tower to find his way out of, actually.
Yeah, I think that he can
They're
he
gonna let
can
him
walk out.
go.
They're going to be a little bit worried about a collapse. Ben Genesis looking for Barco Duck, but I don't think that either team can really commit on anything. The Zap might do enough. Oh, not
Oh,
quite
ho,
able to do
ho.
anything with that Cataclysm. But now in comes Yuna from the side, just going to ignite Joker and immediately Barco Duck on the rampage. The Jacuzzi only really getting Herald now Dupian into it. Joker still trying to do damage on the backside, but Blind finally finishes him off. Water Tower into the backline. Gets a huge face breaker. That's so much damage, but Barco Duck can slowly start to kite him out and whittle him down. It's just Herald left alive, and ROTM gonna let him escape for now. I think Yuna should be able to track him down at the end of this one. Doopy, maybe gonna have something left to say. Yuna? Yuna is dead. That's unlucky. That's a shutdown, but in comes Blind. We'll finish off Herald, and now Doopy should be next on the docket as well. An ace for Return of the Middle Sticks. They'll take down the towers, and Return of the Middle Sticks is going to improve to 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good for Cosa Gaming starting this series out. A pretty fast and decisive stomp, but we saw Return of the Middle Sticks maybe stop ego drafting some of the champions that they were ego drafting, or at least to balance their aggression. You don't need all 4 carries on 4 different roles. You can pick things like Jarvan, even if Lexus wanted to show off a little bit more than that, possibly. A really solid couple of team comps coming out from them, games 2 and 3, and they converted.
Yeah, let's take a look. We had a bet. Did anybody bet? People did bet. Okay, higher vision score. Poppy plus Nautilus is 51 plus 37 compared to 42 plus 45. Oh God.
It's
Um,
gonna be tight.
that's a
My
one
brain's not working.
advantage. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
that's a Poppy plus Nautilus by 1.
yeah, 87 to wow, to
87 to
88.
88. Yep. All right. Well, it'd be like that sometimes. All
It
right.
do.
All right. We're gonna take just a short break. We're gonna be right back with one of the platinum games. I don't know which one.
Hey, I made some of my money back. Let's go, man.
All right. Who's still in game? Oh, Garthar's in game. That's a 1-1 angle. Watch game 3 of that series.
Sure, let's do it. Garthar is on Vbon's team, correct?
Yeah, that should be right.
I can get in that way. Yeah, okay, cool. Garthar's too good at the video game to have me on his friends list, to be honest with you.
V-Bond's too good at the video game to have me on his friends list.
Unlucky.
Is this right? Are these the mint gamers? Is this right?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. There's things happening on the screen. I'm gonna fix some stuff real quick.
Yeah, we're gonna first go to live because that seems like a thing I should do.
Okay, Rodham's on this side. And then the other side is mint.
Yeah, in a not so surprising Mint gaming experience. Well, this is happening before I get to say it.
Well, yeah, let's take a look at what we have here. In comes some folks from the Blast Cone, King Clifford and Brother Bob, looking to gank down on the bottom side. Garthar and Colbrin really don't have too many places to go, and they're going to try to take down King Clifford. That was... I have no idea what that interaction was, or if that was a spectator bug. Colbrin's going to fall, and Garthar shortly to follow. Okay, buddy, Snake takes home that kill, and it's 4-3. in kills in favor of ROTM right now.
You might want to plus up a little bit.
Okay,
I'm fairly
neat.
far past you.
Here we go. There was action happening. So, oh, X
Yeah.
Craze not quite able to find anything. Blazing Cake over, and now we're zooming. Oh, the mid lane charm. X Craze. Okay. All right. All right. Calm down, X Craze. He's got 2 kills, and there goes King Clifford as well with the flash. TA Luna up in the top lane having a little bit of a scrap with Vbon. The Nasus versus Ornn matchup, not exactly what I expected to be casting tonight, but here we are. Cull Nasus.
I mean, that's a choice. So interestingly enough, we in a no flame to the organization, in a signaturely Mint gaming move, one of their players in this game is rostered, and I think they have 4 non-rostered substitutes, at least based on what I can find both on their Discord and in the sheet, because I wanted to talk about, like, okay, who's on comfort picks and that kind of thing. But okay, Buddy Snake is the only quote-unquote Mint player in this Mint versus Rotom game, so
Yeah, all
flying a
flame.
little bit blind here on analysis, but okay.
No, all flame to the organization. They're well known for cheating, and also have been banned from 4 separate organizations. That being said, they're still allowed to play in Runeterra Academy for some reason. So here we are.
Well, all right.
That's all I'm gonna say on that. We'll continue.
The thoughts and opinions expressed on return on middlesix.gg do not necessarily represent the thoughts and opinions of all members of the organization or any volunteer casters, hence or henceforth, that they have on their channel.
I'm glad you had that disclaimer ready to go, though. Appreciate that.
I fucked it up a little bit, but what are you gonna do? That being said, we are looking at a really, really fun new Ari experience. By the way, have not gotten to test out new Ari, but I have been in games with it, and I kind of understand how the ult concept works, and I am here for it as a former Ari mid one trick. So
Yeah, it seems like a really good little tune-up to Ari. Makes her play like the version in the Ruined King game, which is much more important to me. That game was awesome, but yeah, Garithar with the gank into the missiles, the CH2 Hextech missiles.
yeah, huge fan of that.
Nice
sidestep on that hook there from XK's Hokage.
Yeah, Rar rejecting
and you know,
a
sometimes
little bit of trouble. Blazing Cake with the 1v1. Well, almost.
Sometimes
1v1.
your Viego is just in the enemy jungle, which is his jungle now, and
yeah, and now he's Jinx, and now he's got a double kill. Brother Bob with a hook into the suppress. Does he
now
have
he
anything
could be
left to
Echo.
go?
Oh,
No.
he almost got to be Echo.
Well, Cake's still buying a little bit of time and distance there, and RTM will get the mid lane tower. Well, at least get some plates as a result of that. So we're 12 minutes in. 2 dragons already on the board for ROTM. Means that they basically got him on spawn. And yeah, 4 plates now. How do you feel about the Heimerdinger support? I know that Garithar has basically turned into a Heimerdinger Renata 2 trick, and since Renata not available at the current time, is now a Heimerdinger 1 trick, so kind of cool to see him bring it out here.
Yeah, it's game 3 Heimerdinger support. I'm here for it. And so far, from what I've seen, no major complaints so far.
Yeah, feels
it
maybe
seems to
be
doing well.
A little rough as Colbrin to maybe continue to farm with some of the turrets happening. But Luna in quite a bit of trouble. Vbon is just tanking the tower for his jungler. And Cake, click on the Nasus! Okay, well.
I'm pretty sure that's not how that works.
So if he goes into Nasus, he drops the thing, but he has to get all the way through the channel. Oh, he tried to drop the turret in front of the hook, but just not quite there for Garithar. King Clifford gets the kill in the bottom lane. And now mid lane Hokage, or X-Craze Hokage, formerly known as the mid lane Hokage, gonna get the solo kill in the mid lane on the Malzahar. Colbrin trying to turn this one back around, but there's just so many guys here The Rift Herald coming on through. King Clifford very low. Colburn's still looking for an excuse to throw his 4th shot into anybody. It's going to be another turret plate or 2 down in that bottom lane, but X-Cray's going to go ahead and take the mid lane tower in exchange.
Oh, we're opening up. We've got the we've got the Jhin experience.
You don't drop aggro when taking bodies anymore? Oh, okay. Well,
No.
that's good. I'm glad that they removed that, but I didn't know that they did. Everyone call me out individually. That's fine. Garathar's here. Gonna hit him with the stun. Colburn walking forward. Just 4th shots the Thresh, but gonna fall to King Clifford in return. Cake is a little low to be looking for this gank, I think, but now they've got X-Craze. Missiles coming through. King Clifford pretty low. One more auto's gonna do it. Cake is gonna take that one. Teleport coming in. Okay, buddy. Snake walking on in.
Oh,
X-Craze looking in. He'll get the suppress. Garathar low, but it's a double kill for Cake. I saw the echo and I was starting to doubt my senses. I hate casting Viego. Yeah, Crowstorm doing a good job so far of managing the tempo. Luna's just going Hullbreaker. All right.
Yeah. It's
Why
it's
not?
Cole. Sometimes you just call Hullbreaker Nasus no boots into Ornn. It's, you know, we're making.
Oh,
all
he's got the
sorts of
combo,
decisions.
the claps. Vivon. He had a family. Not anymore. He's
Vivon
dead,
Ornn
but like,
experience.
yeah. Colburn and Vibon combining for that kill on Luna up in the top lane.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, if there's a world where you're actually ending up with Blazing Cake Viego jungle and Vibon Ornn in a game 3, I'd love to see what the previous drafts of this looked like.
Yeah, King Clifford is gonna get some things done. So, as you mentioned, they probably don't have any bans, so maybe that's factoring in.
Entirely possible.
I guess he can just dash while he's rooted. That's fine.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if he get it's, I've always found the easiest way to explain it is that oh, this is a kill.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's not fair. Yeah.
I've always found the easiest way to explain it is that he basically once he actually is in range and clicks on a character, Echo E behaves much more like Tristana Rocket Jump than it does like any other ability in the game.
Well, it's going to open up the dragon for Cake and Vibon to take. I'll put him on Ocean Soul Point. You can see the objective bounty starting to come through, so really turning the screws on Mint Gaming here in game number 3. It's about a 5,000 gold lead for the boys. 5.5 even. I can do some math. Quick maths. 2 plus 2, that's 4.
Man, it is a trip going from casting a full Masters series to to a platinum game.
Yeah, it's...
These kills are just kind of dropping left and right, and nobody's where they're supposed to be. It's fun.
It's a big old mess. We love it, though. This is my weekly progression, though. We go Masters into Plat, into Gold, back up. Who knows what we're casting night to night. And then I play in my own, you know, silver, bronze solo queue games, and I can't even recognize the League of Legends game anymore. Double kill for Colburn, as King Clifford trying to turn this one back around. Vibon with the disengage Hammerboy bouncy time. I'm not going to be able to find a whole lot, but I don't think that they can really chase down. Raw Reject doesn't have the Super Mega Death Rocket, so shouldn't be anything else really happening. Is Garathar baiting the side bush, maybe looking for a Jinx to walk on in.
Yeah, I think at this point, Garathar with... I mean, if it was Luden's, not Leandri's, maybe it's just straight up enough damage to kill, but with X-Gray's Hokage there with him... Oh, wow. Sir. That's illegal.
Yeah, he's got a bit of damage now. 6-0-6 on the Ahri.
More specifically, he just Flash Charm predicted the Gale Force dash from Raw Reject, which is genuinely disgusting.
Oh, they saved Sheila's health there on the second charge into the tower. Okay, buddy, Snake is gonna fall underneath the tower.
Oh yeah,
Cake
very
is now
dead.
Malzahar, and he gets shut down. That's a 900 gold shutdown for King Clifford, who is pretty strong in his own right. 5 and 4 on the Echo. is a definite threat. X-Craze not quite able to find the charm, but it doesn't matter as they've got enough damage for Brother Bob. Sheila falls, unfortunately, during this push. Raw Reject stepping forward, just going to take an extra shot from Colbrin on the way out. And it's 21-9. There's another objective bounty because Nasus is doing the thing. Nasus backwards is Susan, and Susan is a bitch, and she took my towers. She took the kids.
I was waiting for that part.
Yeah. She took the red buff. Unlucky.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. Like, it feels pretty insurmountable with Blazing Cake at 8 and 2 and X-Craze Kokagi not dropping a death yet at what is effectively a 14.0 KDA, or at least 14 and 0 if you count the assists. He doesn't have that much gold in his pockets. But hey, you've got a Shadow Flame on Ahri, and Ahri just got buffed, so what are you complaining about?
Yeah.
Probably nothing is the correct answer.
Ooh, and now we get to play everyone's favorite game show, named the Ornaments. So we got the Forge Fire Crest for Vbon as he hits level 13. And, we're going to go for some other ones. What you got on these ornaments?
Man, is it Luden? It's Luden's Tempest, right? After the Echo, and then
It's already Luden's Tempest. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, yep, nope. I'm gonna have very few of them for these particular items.
Well, 1-for-1 trade is actually X-Craze is the one that falls. In comes the Orn Horn back through, gonna get the knock up onto the Malzahar, and eventually finished off by the whip of his own support, Blazing Cake with the double kill. And looking for a little bit more, looking for a cheeky hook onto Raw Reject. The flash over the wall, not quite gonna find it. Luna under fire as well, gonna get hit by one of the Jin shots, and Luna making a little bit of use out of his Hull Breaker, separated from his team. I don't know that that's actually far enough. He's close enough to Raw Reject, but in comes the Men of Crowstorm just to shove this one into the base. 39 seconds to go on that Ocean Soul, and we'll see what objective they want to go for.
Oh, it's Pulse. It's Luden's Pulse.
It isn't. I'm sorry.
It what?
It's Eye of Luden, which is a dumb name.
What? No, it used to be Luden's Pulse.
Yeah, and they changed it to Eye of Luden this season.
Man, I need to hang it up. I'm not a caster anymore. It's over.
All right. The
I'm
Divine
washed up.
Sunderer is Deicide, which is also
That's
dumb.
dumb.
Brother Bob is dead, kind of dumb. It's Leandri's Torment. Oh, it's Leandri's Anguish right now. That one turns into, I don't actually know. Gale Force turns into Typhoon.
That's also dumb. Why are they all just downgrades?
So this particular set of items is downgrades. I don't know exactly why. I can't remember what Leandri's is. I don't think this game is going to last long enough for us to see that particular upgrade. Because theoretically, Garithar should be last on the order of ornaments.
Yeah, no, almost assuredly.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Who was I casting with the last time we had an Orn? Was it Lexus who gave me Leandri's Big Sad?
Love that.
I like that one. That's probably right.
Is
anyway,
it Lament?
Oh, that might be it.
I think it's Lament.
We'll have to see. Baron started up by Crowstorm, Brother Bob, Rare Reject, King Clifford in, X-Craze in over the wall, almost able to assassinate. They secure the dragon. That was a lot closer than it probably should have been. Killing spree for Colbrin over the wall. Brother Bob falls. Double kill for the Jin. Charm gonna land as well. They'll follow on through. And Cake is last survivor out on that one as he finishes up his double kill. X-Craze unfortunately falling. And it's Colbrin, Blazing Cake, and Garithar left to try to push in the base. As Vbon has also teleported in. They're just gonna end the game as it looks like Luna not particularly interested in helping out his team, which understandable. He's Nasus.
Yeah, no, that's pretty fair, actually.
Brother Bob gonna land a hook, and that's all the drama that we have. So 2-1 for Crowstorm. Didn't get to see a whole lot there. That was kind of a snowball once we got into the game, but really well
Yeah,
played by.
it had already kind of started and happened by the time we got to like get there.
But yeah, X Craze and Blazing Cake popped off. Had some good moments. X Craze is. I wish that I had sped up sooner so we could have got the 1v2 in the mid lane at not double speed, but it was a good little play by X Craze. So 2-1 there. I think the other game is done. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but
I'm sorry. I just read Lexus's chat. Let's get 100 ping last 20 minutes of the game. It's J4 duty. Press R, eat hot chip and die. It's one of my favorite meme templates actually. Is girls born after 1993 can't cook.
I thought it was
There's so many fun adaptations for it.
I thought it was gay men eat hot chip and lie or something. I don't remember. Lane is still in game for Crowstorm. I guess we can jump in there. Or
Yeah,
for
we'll
Darkwind, excuse me.
give it a shot.
See what's going
Let's
on
see
here.
where they're at. They're up 1-0.
They're down 1-0.
Ah, I see. I see. Okay. Maybe we get to stick with this one for a little while. They're 25 minutes in, but
It's only 15, so that's nice. Maybe a little more as I zoom in, but let's see here. I need to change it to this scene, and then I need. Is it gonna populate? Okay, there we go. So we're on this side. I don't know if they've had time to finish another game. I'm gonna assume they haven't, and it's 1-0 for William and Mary. Esports.
oh no. TGK very, very close to getting that, but just not quite enough. He needed about one more Q plus an auto to drop pickaxe and lost in rotation there, but Horse Gaming, not quite fast enough. I don't know what I'm casting for. They're, like, you might not even be at my settings.
I'm at
I
17
am
minutes.
not the stream player. Yeah, I'm at 1653.
Yeah, we're at 17:07. Oh, 8,
Oh.
9, 10, 11.
Can I upgrade to, oh no, I can. Alright, well, Spectator is so bad, man.
Yeah.
I plussed my way all the way up to where it stopped me and said, hey, thou shalt go no further.
Well, Lane and Yabby gonna walk in. Coleslaw, Jackie Love, and JTK. Yeah, Coleslaw.
TJK.
TJK? TJK.
Yeah, TJK. And then, of course, my personal favorite, Thick American, is down the bot with no TP, so won't be joining this particular fight. And oh, you've picked a fight with the Cyber Brazil character.
Yeah, Pickaxe is in the Sex Dungeon in Cyber Brazil, which is double negative, and will not be getting out of that. Lost able to turn that one back around with the help of Cardinals, though, and they get the 2-for-1, and maybe they'll eventually be able to track down this Rift Herald as it resets back to the pit for like the third time since we started spectating.
Yeah, it doesn't seem particularly excited about dying, so it's elected not to. They are going to pick up the mid tower while this goes down, so, you know, sometimes you just trade 2-for-1 plus Herald and a tower on the other side.
Weeb, you're here. Weeb, the Leandry's upgrade for Ornn, just to complete where we were at.
Wait, what?
Weeb? Weeb Nation?
Oh, yeah, okay, nice. There we go.
Okay.
I've never, like, actually referred to him as anything other than winged.
Oh. No, he is the Weeb Nation. The whole thing. Alright, Darkwind headed down mid. They're going to save Shelly's health again. This is a fight that's happening. Lost able to dash back out with his Proto Belt, but JTK, TJK, I'm not going to get that one right. The junglers just kind of go in and assassinate people on the opposite sides of the fight, but unfortunately, Thick American has his egg available, which is a
Yeah,
sentence that happened. Landry's Lament
it
is
did.
apparently correct, so you had that one right.
Okay, nice. Let's go.
I thought it would be fancier
Okay,
than that, but
Yabby
yeah.
is just styling on Thick American.
Wait,
Wow,
I
I
didn't
get
even
to
see
say
that
that a lot.
Q. Holy.
Neither did I.
Yeah.
It was kind of ghost-like.
Yeah, in comes TJK, Jackie Love, and Ewok. They're trying to get onto Lane. In with the Onslaught of Shadows. Lane has nowhere to go as he gets bonked and sent back to Horny Jail.
They have no way to like track down the fact that Yabby is just over their wall and recalling in between their second tier and third tier towers, but they are going to be able to pick up this Infernal unless Lost has anything to say about it. He probably doesn't though, given that he has well, no smite specifically. He's actually
Yep.
just gonna
Oh.
go for that was a nice flash by Jackie Love. He even gets the Moonfall out of Lost as well, so that's flash ulti down from Diana.
Sorry, I'm looking up the college of William and Mary. They're in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Founded in 1693 by
Yeah,
letters patent issued by King William III and Queen Mary II. It's the
they're a very old college, very old.
second oldest institution of higher education in the United States and ninth oldest in the English-speaking world.
Oh, I used to know what the oldest higher education institution was. What is the oldest college?
Their their mascot is the tribe, which is kind of weird. Oldest college in America?
Oh, it actually is
It's
Harvard.
Harvard. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that off the top of my head. It felt like it was like too
It feels like
easy
a
for
bait,
some
yeah,
reason.
but
It feels like it should be bait. You know what's
anyway,
bait is starting up the Baron and then having Ewok 365 walk into it and die. That's bait.
yeah, he's an Ewok all days of the year except right now, and he's Mordekaiser. Lost looking for it, gonna trade himself onto Thick American. That's an awkward sentence again. I'm so sorry. TJK is caught, and Pickaxe is also caught. It's a double kill for TJK, and I'm not casting these team fights particularly well. 3 for 2 for William and Mary, and our team can no longer look at this Baron, at least for the time being.
It is
Yabby
kind of interesting that we're getting this particular. I mean, this is probably the right Hecarim build if you're this far ahead, but we're not getting the Manamune Hecarim tech that I see in solo queue all the time. That's apparently super good. Instead, we're just getting the like straight up Triforce into Death Dance. I'm going to kill you, horse experience. So that seems also pretty fair.
Yeah, what I think is more interesting is Pickaxe's build, the Prowler's Claw into Edge of Night.
I kind of like it. I'm kind of here for it. It doesn't seem to be paying super dividends at the moment. Did he get? That felt like it was supposed to be an ult that just got immediately interrupted by stealth
Yeah,
from cards.
I
If
think
so, cards is nuts for timing that perfectly.
he's building Death's Dance second. Okay. I was like, what is that item? It's Death's
Yeah.
Dance. It's the most obvious one. Yeah, we did it. Yeah,
Yabby going for Triforce here is probably yeah, it's probably just better than Sunderer. There's no super tanks that you're shredding through as real in this game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Hecarim had the other build, you'd have regrets, but you have enough damage with the Diana and the Wukong as well that
Yeah, you should.
I don't think it's too big of a deal.
I mean, Hecarim's gonna end up tanky because he's going for the oh.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Lost.
that was kind of
Jesus.
stylish.
Yeah,
Lost,
that was...
lost,
All right.
lost. He has family.
Well, he's scrambled. Unlucky.
Not funny.
Coleslaw? Pickaxe? They really want the Lucian, I guess, is the big prize. Yabby? Okay, he's gonna find him. Does Jackie Love just win this? Oh, yeah.
Oh, he canceled it into the auto. If he had done that any sooner, he might have been able to like dash and get Triumph. But I think Pickaxe has him regardless.
Yeah, Pickaxe was still full health. He doesn't
And
get out
still
of
had
there.
ulti as well.
Yeah, in comes Pickaxe over the wall. Cards with the Cyclone to knock up Coleslaw. They'll eventually track down the cow. It just took a little longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, they get the four he gets the 4-man knockup, but there is no follow up for that. And now they get to look at this Baron again with Jackie Love and Coleslaw off map. There's a TP. They do want to fight it.
There's still a
I don't know how
Mordekaiser.
you protect this bird.
Oh, good solar flare though by Lipo Lane to start it out. Ewok gonna pull somebody into the Death Realm. I think it's Lost.
Yeah, it is.
And Thick American gonna fall.
That was a pretty good flash, actually, to get himself out of danger. He's going to get the double kill. This Mordekaiser is becoming an issue quickly up to 7 and 3. He's got the Nashers and the Riftmaker. How much gold does he have? He has 2k gold. I don't like casting Mordekaiser other than the fact that I get to say things like Cyber Brazil and Sex Dungeon, which are super fun. But
I don't mind
other than
it.
that, I think the character's like super uninteractive.
Yeah, I don't mind it when he's like 1v1 and you can tell what's going on, but in those team fights, it's really hard to tell who he took into the
Yeah, unless
into
you
the dungeon.
see him ult somebody. Usually I go by health bar, right? If you see Mordekaiser ults on cooldown and somebody's still taking damage from like bonk, then it's them, and I identify it that way. But even taking the time to do that, you miss stuff.
Yeah, second dragon of the game, going over to William and Mary though. They'll level up that dragon count, level up the gold count, and this is getting scary. Darkwind had a pretty big lead early on, but has gone by the wayside.
Lost and Cards are both still monsters, but we're getting ready for Yabby to hit his third item. It feels like he's sort of been less impactful in some of these team fights. Of course, most of these things are picks. Like, have we seen since we started a full 5v5? Really?
I don't think so. There's like a
not
4v4,
exactly.
but yeah. Thick
American is really not having a good time.
Yeah, that's.
He's straight up not having a good time. 2 and 9 up on the on the bird. Does not quite have the Zanyas. It just came off cooldown now.
This feels like a rough matchup now for Cards. Pickaxe going for the pick. Has the Prowler's Claw in to get the knockup onto Coleslaw. They're really focusing on this Alistair. TGK and Jackie Love trying to find somewhere to go. Pickaxe is on the other side, just trying to get anything done, but everybody collapsing from the other side now. Cards is fighting TJK, and over the wall comes Ewok. This is the opposite side of the fight from where you'd expect this to be. Yabby wins the duel by a single auto attack on the other side. Lane gets taken down, but in comes Yabby to finish that one off. Lost is the one that picks it up, actually, with the Crescent Strike over the wall. The pull-in Cards, Ewok, they have to navigate this so well, but there's this shutdown for Lost in rotation, and it's almost the ace. Thick American just respawned up in the top lane, but 5 kills, cross-map for ROTM. They claw that gold lead a little bit back out to 1,000.
Yeah, it feels super close. If Jackie Love and Yappy's 1v1 goes any differently, we're looking at a completely different outcome.
He's
Bro,
having some trouble.
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean.
That's literally the same place he just died. It feels inevitable, right?
It feels like you're not really supposed to be able to do anything about that. Like, you're playing into 13 and 5 Diana, who's rocket belting at you with the bonus movement speed. At this point, she doesn't need to land the first Q to E on you and you die.
Oh, Pickaxe with the Prowler's Claw tech gets the knockup. Does he have the follow through? Has the ult, just not quite enough damage to finish off TJK, but the Baron goes the way of Darkwind, and now they'll get to push in this top lane.
Oh! Yep.
All right, that's why we were watching that. All right, True Shot Barrage.
It's the camera just stayed on him for a little too long. I was like, yeah. I like this Prowler's Claw tech. You know, it probably sucks way more if you're behind, but when you're the one running as a death ball and you get to do that into an instant knockup, and it's targeted, like, it's way more consistent than trying to place tunnel at the correct area. Yabby with a nice E.
Yeah, Yabby got a little pinched there by the Crystallize and the Mordekaiser, but able to get out of there with the E and the flash. Our team not really doing a whole lot with this Baron. They got the one tower. Not really putting pressure down in that bottom lane right now. Lost just opting to take some jungle camps away instead. But 28 to 20. They've opened up the gold lead back again to 7,000. We have the little roller coaster happening in the gold graph.
Yeah, and we're looking at this dragon spawn here again in like 55 seconds. You know, stacking up Infernals would be a way for them to pull themselves back up into this game if TGK can find another good dragon setup or smite. But Pickaxe might have something to say about that. He's looking for this 1v1 now. He's got a way more health than he did previously.
Yeah, the fear coming out from that Onslaught of Shadows, he just takes his tunnel right back out. Why not? A little bit of damage coming back through as Ewok and Thick American both teleport in, but we could see that full 5v5. Lost going to be kind of the last one to the party here for ROTM, and the bot
Pull
lane with...
both TPs and Onslaught as the dragon spawning. I don't know how you're supposed to get in. Onslaught's your go button. Like, Coleslaw's gonna have to do some heavy lifting if they're gonna really contest this drag.
Yeah,
Looks like they aren't. He's recalling out of there.
yeah, or Ewok taking Pickaxe into Cyber Brazil would be the other option, but...
Yeah, you could get that done. Ewok has the flash. He can get into that pit. But it looks like they're just gonna let it go.
Yeah, it's just the third one. That one's not as important to contest. They can go to Soul Point.
Oh, oh no. I would have just started the recall, my guy.
Yeah.
TGK, you are
Oh
not
my
quite
god.
fast enough for that.
The E-Auto Electrocute damage, enough from Lost in rotation to take that one down. He'll get the pick. And now Ewok may be in a little bit of trouble as he finds lane. He's going to pull lane into Cyber Brazil, though, and be able to stall this one out. Pickaxe stuck on the Anivia damage as he flies back over the wall. Ewok does finish off Lipo lane inside the Sex dungeon, and Yabby falls as well. Ewok is such a threat, but Cardinal's a threat himself, able to take out the Anivia, and now the other damage under tower. It's a double kill for Lost. He'll finish off the triple kill with the Crescent Strike.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Yabby probably not communicating very well with Lane as to when he was going to die because he was standing basically on top of Mordekaiser as he came out. So the rest of the team fights cleaned up pretty easily though, and with TGK being the only one alive, you could do some serious damage here. Looks like they're going to go for it too. They know what a chance they have.
Oh my goodness, Lost the one auto into the tower. Just that extra empowered auto. Chunk's so bad, and TGK gonna fall. They'll get this tower, they'll get the Nexus, and I believe that levels up the series at 1.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Alright, well, we'll be right back. If there's a game 3, we'll have it. Yeah, he's creating a game. Oh, now he's not. Oh, they're like literally in game right now.
Ah,
Oh no, that's
I see.
Colburn. Never mind. No, I'm wrong.
Well, now I'm thoroughly confused. And my mouse is dying, which is par for the course how much I spent time on my computer today, but...
Okay, yeah, they're just now headed into game 3. Okay. Oh, I even got an invite. Poggers.
Huge, let's go.
Nice, made it back, didn't miss anything. I like that. Oh, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, sick.
We just all right. Yes, we're drafting. Let's go. Kaisaban. We have no context for what the drafts have looked like in this game so far, or this series.
True.
But yeah, Kaisaban. That seems fair. Character's kind of good sometimes.
Seems fair. Let's see what else we have in store. Can't imagine we let Diana play the game, but they're going to be in Soraka from Lipo Lane. Also seems fair.
Yeah, it seems really unlikely that we get like a world in which Diana makes a reappearance.
Yanni and Laurel both going to hit the ban as well. And Xylene. Interesting.
No old.
No old at all. Renata the only old left. Camille kind of too. She looks very young though. Like she has the perfect skin still, despite the gray hair.
Yeah, I mean, like canonically Zoe, I guess, is left available.
Oh,
no
no,
old. I'm actually prophetic.
Kind of weird. So Diana is left up. I doubt you first picked that, but
I'm gonna clip that. That was great. I don't think you actually beat, unless, I mean, does Pickaxe play it? Maybe. Like you can flex Diana pretty easily. Diana jungle is totally fine.
yeah.
You can flex that too.
Yeah, Echo gonna be locked in, taken away from. Oh no, never mind. That wasn't the series. Never mind. That was the other
Wrong
one.
team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Close. This kind of happens when you jump 3 teams in one evening of casting.
Yeah, TJK did play the Hecarim though. I remember that one.
And he definitely do be playing the horse room. So kind of like seeing him back on that seemed to work out fine for him. Previous to this,
That lock-in is very generous. That took a long time for that to actually get locked in after 0.
yeah, I thought that I lagged out for a second there on the webpage, but see a Jin hover. Might see a Jin lock. We do see a Jin lock, kind of like that.
Yeah. Was playing that last game. It seemed like they had some good combos between the Hecarim and the Jhin.
Yeah.
That's
Nah,
back
definitely
to the same thing for William and Mary.
Yeah, definitely Jackie Love he's pretty comfortable on that champion. I didn't notice any like major errors that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, so back to the Leona for Lipo Lane. Also felt pretty good. He had some nice catches with the Solar Flare. Yeah, this all feels pretty normal. The one weird part, I think, would be the Echo first pick. Was the champion we didn't see, but maybe it was just banned prior to that and is now open.
Yeah, it's possible. The return to the Ezreal Leona, I've never been a huge fan of this lane, but if it's what your ADC and support want to play, there's no like real problems with it. The characters just don't seem super synergistic to me.
Yeah, it's like you pick these because of the 2 separate champions, not because...
Yeah, like you're not picking it like you're picking, Lucian Nami or Thresh Aphelios or something similar. Speaking of Thresh, that character's on my screen and gonna be locked in. Thresh into Leona is like a thing. if you're a really good Thresh player and have hands, you can deny a lot of what Leona wants to do in lane before 6, so it's cool like that. You can also do it to Echo. You have to catch the first part of the roll, and not the... You can't do it to the blink, but
The Wukong feels
Flay
like
is a really good ability.
I wouldn't be surprised just to see Wukong Diana banned right here. Cards
Yeah,
and
that
Lost
seems
played
like
that
it's
very
probably
well.
correct.
I don't know what we're gonna see from Rodham. That also makes sense. Just get rid of Mord. That was miserable.
Yeah, Cards is also like known for the Wukong play as well, so I was kind of surprised to see him on it in a game 2 last time, and it, you know, it paid off for them fairly well. So it seems like a fairly standard ban. This should be Diana here. I'd be kind of surprised if it wasn't, unless
It's either
you're
Diana
looking
here
to
or
pinch
you're gonna
card.
pick it, right?
Yeah, you would imagine so. Like,
And
I
then,
don't really see a world where you're pinching cards as pool. That's that hard. Maybe you're picking it, or you're more worried about LB specifically. I'm glad that character is not in my game. Don't like Kled. Don't like casting Kled. Don't like looking at Kled's face.
I think Kled's neat, but you don't see
I
him
play
as
too
often.
much top lane to like Kled.
Yeah, if he was a more popular champion, I think I wouldn't appreciate him, but he's got some of the best champion quotes, so
That's true.
I like that.
Stylistically, I think Kled's great. I think he's got a really cool theme. His voice acting is cool. Gragas is a character. Sure.
Why?
You're almost certainly blinding Gragas top here.
But why? Like, other than it's a safe blind pick-ish, but like...
It feels so anti-synergy with the Hecarim. Maybe you're assuming you're gonna be playing a lot of get Leo and Echo off of Jhin, which both of those characters can do fairly well.
Alright, well, we got Nardinals 29, so here we are. The gameplay
I knew that was
experience.
coming. I love that.
Yeah, it's a solid one. I appreciate that.
No, I like. Yeah, that's good. Is there? I mean, you don't like have to play the Diana again, but I don't think that there's any major issues with it in this team comp. You are making yourselves fairly short range, like outside of Ezreal. That feels pretty safe. Like you're fine locking that into pretty much anything they play here. Also, recently buffed. Please give me more Foxgirl.
Yeah, feels pretty solid there. And what's William Mary going to answer with? That would be entirely separate and different from the Anivia that we saw.
Yeah, also not positive about this matchup. Like, it feels like you're paying a very linear champion into things like Charm and Gnar ult and Solar Flare.
And also, like,
You're also...
your range now, it's just Jhin.
Yeah, you're making the mistake that I feel like Rodham would have been making picking Diana. So
I don't know. Regardless, last game of the night, game number 3 between Darkwind and William and Mary Esports. I had to think about that one. So I looked up. It said that they're the tribe. They were the tribe, but there's like an eagle on my logo. So I don't know if I missed something. Oh, it's a griffin. The mascot is just a griffin. Are they called the Griffins?
I don't know. I'm working on it, but I'm not
Wikipedia.
coming up with a whole lot.
His name is Revelry, also known
Love
as
that.
the Griffin. He beat out 4 other finalists, a king and queen duel mascot, a phoenix, a pug, and a wren.
Dude, the crowning achievement of the American academic system in the last 50 years is convincing an entire generation of people that Wikipedia is not a valid source.
So if this is right, and maybe our friends from William and Mary will say something, the tribe nickname was by itself not found to be hostile or abusive, but it phased out the use of the mascot that they had. So
I could see, yeah, I could
they
see the
changed
like.
the mascot to a griffin, but they're still called the tribe, I think.
I mean, in much the same way that we ended up with 2 years of the Washington football team. So
Well, now they're the Washington Commies, so who really won that?
you can't. No, it's after 10:30. You can't do that to me.
They're the Commanders. What else are you gonna call them?
The Commanders. That's fine. It's only 3 syllables.
But Commies is too. It's much. It's the
Um,
only. So Commanders is the only 3-syllable mascot name in the NFL that you wouldn't shorten to something else. So like, it's got to shorten, and it might as well be Commies because that's funny.
I guess.
Well, we get the yield 3-minute delay. I don't know. Are there enough people to be worthwhile? No, there's 8 people. We're not doing a prediction for that.
Yeah.
Unless I get like 3 people in here just woo predictioning me. But
I mean, yeah.
we hit the high, but now we haven't pushed the advertisement to the new teams that we've been casting. So thank you. You're here for it. There's 2 people.
At Persisciton. Thank you, X-Grace.
That's pretty much the same thing. Yeah. So I need one more person. It ain't gonna be me.
Dad. Or at Persisciton. No, you're good. I just needed to sound it out. I couldn't tell what I was looking at.
One of the weirder things about being an adult is having a favorite stovetop burner, yet nobody talks about it.
I mean, this is true? All of my stovetop burners do slightly different things. So, like, one of them's just wider and burns hotter. And that's the one I use because the only thing I use the stovetop for is steak.
I thought Nightbot was gonna be the homie. Oh, give at Persisciton. All right.
Sold. Okay.
All right.
Can we get post game stats?
We're doing more kills in game 3.
I wanted to do higher total damage to champions.
That's way too much work. Nah. Veto.
You're. I'm gonna avoid saying that. They're losing their money to the stupid car. Lex is basing like the majority of his league identity on like the car that he named his summoner after is one of my favorite things.
Alright, you've got your at Persisciton up. Who's gonna have more kills? Is it the Ezreal plus Echo combo? Or the Ari plus Gnar combo? You got solo laners or you got AD plus jungle?
This is tough.
Give me all your at Persiscitons.
Oof.
30k, damn.
Psychotic. I'll take your money. I'll take your money. It's like an insane ratio. L plus ratio.
L plus ratio. Plus you fell off. Plus.
Yikes. I'm still saving up for the thing, so we're just gonna put in 1k. All right. Yeah, who are all these high rollers in my game?
Weirdly, I don't actually have any. Like, I can't bet on this account, and if I go on to my like um, Maris account, I think I only have a couple hundred points because I don't just sit in the chat. All right.
You
Well,
mean
we're
you don't viewbot your secondary Twitch account from your org on your main on mobile?
I used to, and then it started lagging me. So
Ah, that would do it.
I guess I could
We
do it
get the
now.
feedback loop.
Yeah.
Boring 5-point experience in my game 3. Also Lipo's AFK, so boring 5-point experience
Oh
is
yeah,
now a
I have
4-point experience.
750 points. So
That's tragic.
there we go. I put them in, but
Okay,
I'm also getting an
who am I
ad on my
betting
own channel.
against?
All right. I'm pretty sure it's just Lexus on one side, and
Yeah,
everybody
I
else
think you're
has gone to
right.
the other. Anyway, we're a minute into this. We ping summoner spells. There's an ignite on Ari and a cleanse on Jin. Uh, is apparently important. You have first strike Gragas up in the top lane.
Based, but like
Based on what?
unfathomably.
I do not fear thee, warrior. I envy thy wildness.
All right.
You can't do that. It's not fair.
Maybe once we get six. So we've casted best of five before, right? Well, we
No, I
usually start
remember
to
that.
lose it toward the end of the best of five, but like we hold it together. This is game 6 tonight, so um,
I knew after last game that most of my faculties were gone. Actually, I think the downward trend started when I was talking about Dota.
I mean that
That's
was
when I
toward the
knew.
end of last game, so we made it pretty
Was
far.
no, that was the game before that.
Was it? Oh Jesus
Yeah,
Christ!
that was that was Crowstorm's game.
All right. Well,
Hey, I mean, we're proving our own point here, right?
we're hanging in here. We're
We're also
Vivon.
we're also just eating fourth shots and getting level 2 pushed on us by a Thresh line, which feels bad.
Yeah, and
We know what's happening here.
the boots start Jin as well with the full push. A little
Yep.
unfortunate, but Lane and Yabby will be able to clean up some of these minions under tower, and hopefully nothing too bad happens.
Yeah,
Relatable.
they're chilling. They're hanging out. I'm interested in the first strike Gragas. He's you know, sometimes you just play first strike Gragas top.
Um, so I'm curious about this jungle path from Pickaxe, right? Red Raptors, Gromp Blue. No wolves, no Krugs in my game, which is
Yeah,
understandable. But like,
it feels like you probably omit one of those so that you can do what you're doing now and get that gank off earlier. Engage here in the bot
oh
lane,
yeah,
but I
hook
don't
on
feel
to
like they want
Yabby.
this at
He's
all.
really low. The ignite
Yeah.
fourth shot is first blood for Coleslaw 21.
Yeah, you don't really get to do that. Even if as we see, with both summoners up, you don't get to do that, because, Yabby burned both and still died, because 4th shot Jin is a trip. 4. We're counting.
Yeah, Jin
I'm not
notably good at
positive.
counting. Maybe the second best person I know at counting, behind the count himself. Although the
Who's your
count has a lot of
favorite-
trouble, he asks a lot of help for his counting, so maybe he's not actually that good at it. Oh, now
Who's
Lost
your
is
favorite vampire in modern media? Uh, the one on Sesame Street.
yeah,
He doesn't count. I can assure you that he does.
yeah. All right.
BGK got to steal away Krugs, which is kind of cool. He's also not backing. Is he backing? He's looking like they're gonna do something down in the spot lane, which could be a nasty surprise for Yabby, who has no summoners, but looks like they're not gonna go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say he still has his E, so it's not the
You know,
most high percentage gank. Cards is just gonna auto attack Ewok to death unless he does something. Pickaxe is in, just not quite gonna be able to detonate that passive. Even gonna take an extra tower shot just for his treble. But they're gonna
yeah.
force Ewok off of the wave. They get the flash. At least getting something back on the top side.
That feels like an okay flash trade. Like, Pickaxe had a fairly decent shot of getting that kill, especially with Ewok having no body slam. But I don't feel like you're really hurting for that. You're also burning out teleport. which is nice. Ewok gets to come back into lane now.
Yeah, and cards still just hanging around. Gonna hop about.
I'm gonna keep track. I want to know how much this first strike is really helping him out. He's gained 39 gold, extra
That's
35 damage.
that's honestly more than I'd expect at this point, but
Yeah,
he's doing it.
I
He's
can't
doing
say
it.
I really know the first strike economy numbers super well, but he's got the double booked up on a Sunday evening, doing a bunch of barrel damage. Not my favorite top laner that I get to say barrel about, but the Gangplank experience kind of dead at the moment.
Yeah, I kind of got killed in the way that he did in the Rune King game. A little unlucky. That barrel damage is pretty thick. All right.
Yeah, no, it's chunking for sure.
Well, we are paused.
Big lag.
Big lag, I think, says Yabby. So
Okay, so it's a potential for big lag.
yeah, it's probably Lost who was pinging his ping earlier and was having the Lexus gameplay experience, but yeah, big lag. It is. Feels bad. It does feel bad when you big lag.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Lost does not get to be on Jarvan duty, eat hot chip, and die. So, gonna need to wait until that dies down a little bit before he can participate in this game.
Yeah, so 4 people predicted Ezreal Echo, and 1 person predicted Ari plus Nar.
And Ari plus Nar still has a significant point advantage. Have a return ratio of 1 to 325 versus 1 to 1.44. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Take those. I'll take those odds.
Fucking pasta after this. I'm so hungry. I'm about to make some toast. It's different at midnight. I'm reading chat for you. This is straight from.
We do have a ready call, so we might be getting back into it here in a second.
Yeah, we should be doing it any second now.
Doing it live. There we go. Now we wait for the inevitable spectators pause. Give it a second.
So far, it's a 2-0 Rodham day. Darkwind trying to make it a 3-0 Rodham day with this last game. And then I rest for the week. I sleep. But right now, real shit. How many
There it is.
meme templates are we just gonna quote during this game? That's probably
I mean,
that should
I've
have been the
got
bet, but
I've
the
got
insider
several.
thought, yeah.
That's a good prediction.
That'd be a good prediction if we weren't in on it. But unfortunately, we're in on it. How nice of Radham to put all their games on the same day. I don't know about nice. We're starting to go very slightly insane here on game 6.
we need somebody running stream to put up the predictions like stealthily so we don't know about them and they can just be cast oriented now. That'd be super fun.
Oh, the hook though. Pickaxe is in a lot of trouble. Jackulov gonna get that kill. Now the solar flare from Crow Feather. That took a second. I was gonna call him Crowstorm, but that's not accurate. In fact, and William and Mary gonna get a dragon. So 2,000 gold lead early on, and Rodham having a little bit of trouble getting started here in game 3.
Yeah. Boy, if Ewok had mana, based on how aggressive he's been in this lane, I'm fairly certain he would just be E-flashing onto Cardinal's face right about now. This barrel damage is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I kind of wish Cardinals, rather than the Caulfield's Ruby Crystal, had just gone for Merc Treads early, paid a little respect to him. But
yeah, or just null. Like, you're not really hurting for boots here. You could probably go null double longsword, and it would have been fine.
I just feel like the boots help you walk through some of the barrels that you might otherwise be not quite dodging.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
probably true.
charm from Lost just not
That was a
quite
really
get hit.
sneaky charm there from Lost. He was banking on the Foxfire killing one of the ranged creeps for it to land. I like that. I'm a simp for good RE play. The same way I will hyperanalyze like set lane mechanics, I will do the same thing to any other character I've one tricked in the past.
So kind of interesting, TJK. This game not the Triforce build, instead going for the Manamune that we were talking about, and you know, finding an Ahri in his jungle gets ignited. Looks like he'll be okay. Oh,
Oh,
that pop! And he's got to avoid the Gragas. That was a really good flash by Lost to try to get out of there. Lane and Pickaxe looking to try to turn this one around. Pickaxe in. They're going to go in onto Crowfeather. Do they actually have the damage to take him down? Crowfeather has the ultimate back out. In comes Coleslaw to try to help out. Ewok finishes off Lipo Lane. Cardinals is in. Does finally get the kill onto Crowfeather. Can he get out? Gets the slow onto TJK, but it's just not there. It's a double kill for Ewok. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Yabby wins the 1v1 with Jackie Love.
nice. He
So,
didn't have to expend sums for that. Neither did Jackie, to be honest with you. He chose to just die with his honor, I guess. A little bit chaotic, but you know, a fairly good showing. Both teams making a good account of themselves. Basically, all of that situation started from TGK getting saved a little bit by Crowfeather absconding in front of the incoming charm, and then he must be maxing that Q because that pop at the end of Chain Lash was kinda thick.
yeah,
Yeah, he's got 4 points in it already. He's not going for the W max Silas sustain build. Can't get in on Ari, so this for non top Silas is probably correct as long as you can get it to land.
yeah, feels like it's better wave clear as well. I think if you didn't go Everfrost, but if you had a different mythic, I think you can clear back wave with the Q plus auto, which
I have seen I've seen Crown Silas, but I don't think it's good. I think Everfrost is really his like one super viable mythic.
yeah, Ewok walking forward. Nicely timed Meganar there by Nardinals29. Gonna throw him into the wall.
I'm gonna get some extra damage down. Gragas passive in lane is kind of a trip. I just watched that man recover like half of the damage he took from that Q.
This is an awkward little situation. Pickaxe is behind enemy lines right now. He's gonna spot out TJK, so has to recall in this bush. And
Do they know he's there? No way.
no, he
Yeah,
was
they
just
don't.
finishing
They
up
don't.
Krugs, and now he's looking top lane.
I didn't see how Pickaxe snuck his way in there without getting spotted, so I was confused.
Yeah, lane in the pocket here. Coleslaw level 6 though, and lane only level 5, so maybe not the big percentage roam there from Lipo lane. But you know, Yabby winning the 1v1 with Jackie Love means that you feel a little more comfortable leaving him alone down there.
That's just a pretty safe half of his health there.
That was a really good barrel from Ewok to knock Cardinals
Yeah,
back
it
in.
was.
He's got the Q
He's
barrel as
playing
well.
this super slow too. This is nice. This is well done by Ewok.
Yeah, they're
Fighting
going to
the
catch
bot lane
Yabby in
now.
the bottom lane as well. Ewok finally finishes that one off with the body slam, but he's bought enough time for Pickaxe to get in, and he'll get the counter shut down. So something back for ROTM. They trade 1-for-1 in the top lane. Crowfeather low, but we're going to just have the dueling spirit rushes. The rush back in from Crowfeather. He's going to have the Kingmaker back up in a second, and that'll be enough for Lost to probably back off.
Yeah. So an extended 1-for-2 across the map. You're not really gonna complain about that too much if you're. I almost said Cosa Gaming. Who are these guys playing?
William and Mary. Right
Well,
now.
yeah, no, because we had the whole Wikipedia discussion.
Yeah. Oh, Pickaxe needs to get back
Oh,
out of there. He probably should have just
that
hit
stun was actually, yeah, that stun actually almost spelled an ult at minimum from Pickaxe.
Well, meanwhile, they're going to lose the dragon. Solar Flare going to land onto Coleslaw over the wall. Lane still looking for this one. Coleslaw. Oh, the True Shot Barrage from Yabby is enough to finish off the kill. So they get one pick in exchange for the dragon. We get another Infernal Soul for the second game in a row.
Pretty nice. They layered that CC really well after the Solar Flare.
Yeah. Lost trying to walk in, gets barreled by Ewok. Charm lands after Pickaxe gets the stun. He'll get the stopwatch out, and they should be able to finish him off before too long. Ooh, that was a little more dramatic than I thought it would be, but Cardinals and Pickaxe do finish it off. They get the pick onto Ewok, and they'll get the crab as well. So our team making some good plays, just trying to claw their way back into the game. It's 1,500 gold lead right now for W and M.
Yeah, it was only dramatic for me on my side because right after he hit the E, it froze on Gnar jumping in the air. And just sat there for like 3 or 4 minutes before I got to see who actually died.
Yeah, thank you, Riot Games.
Yeah, love it. Huge fan.
I am just glad that I'm knocking on wood. I don't actually have any wood. This is fake wood. But Spectate hasn't crashed yet today, which is pretty remarkable. I was watching one of my friends play ranked, and it was just crashing every couple of minutes. I'm not entirely sure why. Yabby is very caught. He's got nowhere
Yeah.
to go. Crowfeather
He,
finishes
he
him
was
off.
he was trying to alcove game that out, but he really can't like commit to an option because then he just gets flaybox death sentenced by Coleslaw, and nobody wants that.
Oh, the charm from Lost, trying to stall up the pony running in at him. Crowfeather trying to collapse from the side. Good Spirit Rush back away. Does he have another charge? He does. He's got the charge plus the flash, but unfortunately for him, Hecarim taking tower means the Crowfeather can finish off the kills. So the successful gank in the mid lane for TJK, I guess.
It's almost a really unintentional outplayed yourself moment with Lost almost flashing into the abduct stun, but
Yeah, I feel like if he panicked just a little bit. He was out with that last Spirit Rush. I think if he holds his flash, he can actually walk. He can flash back over and maybe get the kill onto Hecarim. And then I don't know if Silas can finish him off at that point. Oh my god, that's just a huge chunk of damage there at the end. But
oh,
Pickaxe is there for the
almost,
shutdown.
Pickaxe with a really nice save, honestly. It's kind of difficult to both steal. Oh, yeah, that's a necessary flash. Oh,
Oh, the barrel? Oh my god.
I gotta,
Ewok.
dude, I gotta hand it to Ewok. He is playing a really nice game of Gragas top. I don't get to see this very often because Gragas top's kind of not a pick anymore, but
Vel'Koz crashes Spectator with his ult. I don't remember if
Ewok's
there was a
making me a
Vel'Koz.
believer.
That might have been it. I don't remember. It was solo queue. There could have been any pick, and I'd be like, yeah, it was probably in there. Well, 9-6. William and Mary up 3,000 gold. And the two dragons. Yeah. 130 to go on this next dragon spawn. A lot of control right now for the tribe. And we'll see if our team can muscle their way back in. There's some opportunity. They're, relatively even in farm across the board. The only real deficits, jungle, maybe a little bit AD.
This
Just
is
gotta
an issue.
get some of the shutdown. But Lost trying to outplay Crowfeather. In comes the Solar Flare. Lane really wants this one, but now the Spirit Rush on the other foot, and Crowfeather should be able to dash out. Now Nardinals is in a little bit of trouble, gets kicked back in by TJK. Can Lost actually find this kill? Crowfeather gets stunned up, the charm lands, and that's good enough for Lost to find that. So picks on the opposite side of the map. The top laner falls on one side, the mid laner on the other. And we continue doing the same thing that we've been doing. Yabby, under a little threat, but able to back away from Coleslaw.
Yeah, I think and this is just a caster prediction while we might have a little bit of downtime.
Oh,
I say that, and
Yabby.
TGK is wrapping on mid.
Oh, he's got the ult back in, the hook plus the ult gonna land Coleslaw. Oh, able just to... One more tower shot would have been enough to finish him off. Pickaxe. Oh, didn't quite hit the ultimate. I think if he gets the damage from the ultimate, he might have that. Meanwhile, Lost is going to split push and successfully get that bottom lane tower. Those of you predicting at home, the solo laners have 3 kills right now, and the jungler and AD carrier at 4. So Lex is feeling a little uncomfortable right now, but still a lot of game to go.
I feel like with a couple of recent changes, specifically to the way bonus attack damage works with certain items and Death's Dance being a thing that got changed recently, we are coming into an era of
Oh,
Jin
Pickaxe going
supremacy.
for the steal? Can he get in? Oh, he can't even get in.
No, he's getting hard denied by several different forms of knockback.
He had a
But yeah,
shot.
no,
It was at like 1,000. That was well
yeah,
timed,
no,
but
he
just
got pretty close. He did.
oh, lost. Not quite able to find the charm. Forces the flash out of coleslaw.
Yeah, it's a good flash. You're up against the wall there. You can't really sidestep that. You don't have enough distance on the flash or on the charm.
Well, let's take a look. We've got mythic items finished up pretty much across the board, headed toward our second items. Anything really sticking out to you? It looks pretty general across the board.
This looks like super standard. It is interesting that we're playing a game in which there's an Ari into 2 Everfrosts. That could get a little tricky for Lost to navigate. You're just in a scenario where
Oh,
there's so many things that can knock you
that
down.
Q barrel from Ewok. And he's going in for the flashy. Cardinals needs
The
a little
man,
rage. He's got it, though. The shutdown to pickaxe, but
wow, I mean, the man plays the Gragas. That much is not in question.
yeah, that was pretty
Uh,
clean. TJK is looking for this. Does he have enough damage to actually finish off pickaxe? He's got the ult back out. Is there anything coming
he
through that
hasn't
can
really.
stop TJK? Lane's on
Yeah, I
his
was
way
gonna say
up.
he hasn't really taken any damage yet, so
Oh,
maybe he's
Crowfeather
got this
looking
if they
for
give it
lost
to
the
him.
dash, not quite able to find the charm. Now the counter dash, now the counter dash. Crowfeather pretty low. He's burning down. TJK is low. Do they actually have the damage to finish off the Hecarim? They're so low. The auto from Gnar is enough. Meanwhile, Lost gets the solo kill in the bottom lane, and RTM finds 2 kills.
They're making it work in the most stressful way possible. If either of those 2 players pick up a kill, it's actually a pretty messed up game state. It extends the gold lead out to almost 3K, whereas you know Return of the Middle Sticks just brought it closer to this 2K and some change that we're seeing right now.
I think the biggest deal, of course, 2.5 minutes on an Infernal Soul potential for William and Mary. Our team has to do something about that. That's a good interrupt on that. Can Yabby actually get out of there? The charm is going to land onto Coleslaw, and unfortunately, he's going to fall for the sins of his AD carry.
Yeah, Jackie Love do just be pressing buttons a bit.
Jackie Love has sub 100 health, still sticking around. He takes the blast cone out, but now mid
Mana
cryo
from
for
Manhart.
ROTM. Can Lost actually track him down? Oh, he's spotted. Oh, Crowfeather? Oh, the charm not quite going to land, and Lost is down. The shutdown goes to the Hecarim, and Pickaxe is forced back out the other side. So as good as that play was from ROTM, it immediately goes poorly back the other way. And
Yeah, lost in rotation, looking for a little bit too much. He's lost in the enemy jungle, is the problem.
yeah, you can see the gears churning, but just not quite the right play at the right time, I think.
Yeah,
So
the wheel is spinning, but the hamster is dead.
13 to 11 in favor of William and Mary right now in kills. Uh, 400 gold lead. We're very close, but this dragon count is the scary thing. There's 119 to go. Thresh is the only person anywhere near the dragon right now, which is maybe not ideal for either side. Cards and Ewok both going to have teleport. They are unleashed, and Ewok very capable of interrupting Cardinals if he gets just the right angle on that teleport coming in. But here we go toward the dragon. This is easily the most important fight and maybe the game deciding fight that we're going to see right now.
How do you feel about Force of Nature's second in this lane? I feel like a nod might be worth being given to Ma. The the yeah.
I just Ma's not a great item even after the changes. It's just not very gold efficient.
Yeah, you're probably right. I have seen
Lost. Oh, just dodges out. Does he have another charge? He can't get over the wall, and he gets picked off by Ewok before the start of the fight. Pickaxe forced to abandon ship, but it's 4v5 now for ROTM. They've got to try to retake this pit, and 10 seconds to go. Lost down for another 30. They're not going to be able to get him back before this dragon goes down. So is this just the steal attempt for Pickaxe? That looks like what they're going to. They're getting mid lane prio right now, trying to march it down, get something back. Pickaxe being chased off by Ewok, and I don't think Pickaxe can really get in there, like realistically. He's even going to get Everfrosted up. He's going to be forced to use his ultimate back in. Infernal Soul on the members of William and Mary, and Pickaxe gets soloed basically by Ewok over the wall.
Yeah, that Infernal Soul came in at a pretty decent time for Ewok to just finish up that pop. Yeah, no, I wanted to highlight that. You even see Pickaxe saying it in chat. Jackulov had a really clutch Jin W over the wall to pick that up.
Oh, and now Ewok just the Dr. Mundo cosplay, just going wherever he wants. Yabyenda finally finishes him off. TJK over the wall with the Onslaught of Shadows does finish off Yabby in exchange. Coleslaw getting aggressed on. Lost trying to do what he can. Nardinals on the outside, layering in some of these auto attacks. He's almost mega. Does he have the moment? Is this the Nara show? He doesn't quite have it. Has to hop back away, and Lost dodges back out, has the blast cone. Everybody should successfully evacuate. It's a mess, but it's 2 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it feels so difficult now that Infernal Soul is on William and Mary
Oh
for
my
them
god.
to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Didn't have to use the. Oh, this is a choice.
Pickaxe
You
still
got the
going
slow.
through. He's got the little magic damage shield. Pickaxe has his ult back over the wall. That's where he's got to go. I think
Yeah,
he's
no,
out of here.
this is what I wanted to highlight. Because of the way
Oh,
bonus attack damage works and scales for Jin, Maw of Malmortius just basically gives him a full another health bar worth of magic shield when it pops. It has the same type of scaling problem that Death's Dance does on him
that's a
now.
good pick by
It's a really good
Lane
pick.
and Yabby. They're going to be able to take down Ewok, who, as much as his Gragas skills have showed out, has still died 5 times this game. So, wait, Lane got pulled over the wall. What?
Yeah, at the right angle that can happen with Death
Um,
Sentence.
all right. Coleslaw is just going to get tossed around and killed. In comes the Onslaught of Shadows into the backline. They're looking for Yabby. They shut him down as Crowfeather comes in. He's got the Echo ult just to try to get back out to safety. Cardinals is going to fall as well. Another big shutdown going to TJK. Lost is just out of juice, and he's the last one really in the fight as he dashes back away. Another mob being popped by the Hecarim. Oh, he doesn't have it. Oh, the duck not quite going to land. He's got the flash into the Jin ult. Why'd he only fire one shot?
He right clicked, he canceled it or something. Right clicking doesn't cancel it. He had to have done that manually. Maybe he's worried about where Pickaxe is. Currently, Pickaxe is setting up for a really nasty ult bait, but yeah, no, they 2 players now taking full advantage of the Maw. You can see it there for the Jin pop as well.
Yeah, I mean they're getting a lot of value out of it. The RE plus echo damage plus most of Ezreal's damage even is magic damage. Although now that he has the mana immune, it transitions it to physical for some reason. I don't quite understand that, but anyway, 3,000 gold lead for William and Mary plus the Infernal Soul means that they're still pretty firmly in control. We're gonna have to see something special from Darkwind to really turn this around.
Yeah, and I think they've got the right idea. It kind of starts with wave states and opportunity picks. You can't really 5v5 into Infernal Soul.
Ooh,
Yabby
Yabby.
is really putting the hurt on Jackie Love there, but he's gonna get warded off by Ewok and Coleslaw. Cannot continue for that aggression.
Pickaxe has been so aggressive on this Echo too.
Yeah. Deceptively tanky horse is deceptively tanky though.
Yeah, now Yabby with the red buff. it's gonna stall out for a little bit. But Elder Dragon is up a little under 2 minutes. Baron, definitely a thing. We're 28 minutes into this game now. We have watched 28 more minutes of League of Legends today. We are into hour 4 of our cast.
Is this not hour 5? I guess we didn't start directly at 7.
Yeah, I'm at 4:09 according to OBS. I don't know if that's 100% accurate. But...
No, I guess 7 to 11 makes sense. This is not quite midnight yet.
Yeah.
Feels like it.
Card's just trying to do the poke by throwing the boomerang backwards. Always a fan of that one. Well, William and Mary, very much in the driver's seat. Not a huge gold lead, but as we've mentioned several times now, the Infernal Soul accounts for a lot. The itemization feels pretty smart by them. The double maws give them a lot of defensive options. They have a Zanya's as well as a stopwatch on their other two members, so it's going to be
Double
really hard
Everfrost
to
as
make
well.
plays on anybody that's not named Coleslaw, but they find Coleslaw with the pick to start this one off. Double teleport coming back in as the fight breaks out. TJK looking for anything, but he gets shut down. Cardinals finishes him
Really
off.
nice charm.
He had hop back away, but he's got Mega in just a second. They're layering in onto Jackie Love. The autos come through. It's a shutdown for Yabby. In though, Ewok just blows up Lost. That was a huge combo by Ewok. They turned that fight around.
Ewok just knows what he can and can't do on this champion. Hits 4 people with the body slam into the barrel, into the ult. Lost evaporates. Yabby burns both sums and still dies out to Crowfeather. Now this Elder is actually on the table. It's doable.
Yeah, Ewok
Oddly enough.
getting autoed through. Pickaxe gonna be able to finish him off with the help of Cardinals, and now it should be Elder potentially. At least our team has to look for it. Crowfeather gonna steal the Gnar ult and just throw him immediately into the wall. Finishes off Pickaxe, and now Elder's not looking like such a good proposition right now for ROTM as they're forced
No, that
to
was
back
super
off.
smart. You would normally want to be stealing something like Echo Ult if you wanted to end up in a I have to 1v3 stall out Elder as Silas, but hey, I can just remove the enemy jungler from the video game for the next 44 seconds. That also seems pretty good.
Yeah, now starting up Elder is William and Mary. There's no real opportunity for RTM to steal outside of just a miracle Ezreal ult, but that's what Yabby's looking for right now. 5,000 health to go on it. They're lining up. In comes a boomerang. The Ezreal ult plus the W damage isn't quite enough. The Gnar back away. They're trying to steal. They get the steal
Do get it.
from Lost.
Wow.
Can they get any more, though? Lost is stuck in the back of the pit. He's still got one more Spirit Rush. He's back over the wall. Has the Zanyas burning down on Crowfeather, but he's still not... he gets some health back from that Kingmaker. Yabby is low. He's able to kite away onto Coleslaw. One more Q lands. TJK is low. So is Jackie Love. Yabby trying to fight his way out. One more auto. Gets the execute. TJK very low. Pickaxe is here, and he's just gonna fall. The triple kill, though, for Yabby, and the miracle steal from Lost. Pickaxe trying to chase back through. He just needs to hit his ult back out, but he doesn't quite. The double kill for Ewok. It's the ace for William and Mary. 3 kills back plus the Elder steal. It's so close. But
Pickaxe doesn't even get to use his ult there. This Gragas is a menace, dude. 10, 6, and 5 with a Blighting Jewel. On top of, all the other items that we got to highlight, but
Yeah.
the Blighting Jewel's new. So I chose to toss that part in there. What a commitment play from the remaining members of Return to the Middlesticks to get the Elder Steal in the first place. Cards literally jump flashing in to Gnar 3 people into the wall, just so that Yabby and Lost can dump their full combo into the Elder and not the team.
and then they still almost turn that one. Yabby executes 3 people, almost gets away with his life, but Ewok eventually says no at the end of that one. Just a really remarkable chain
Pickaxe
of
just
events.
barely overextends to get TGK, the last member that Yabby wasn't quite able to finish off, and unfortunately goes down to this thick boy.
Ooh, Yabby with the
Oh,
slow from the ult.
nice
Is
Gale
that going to be
Force.
enough? Yeah, the Gale Force gets him out.
Gale Force,
And
good item.
Pickaxe wanders into Crowfeather. He's got his ult. He isn't going to use it. Going to go for the ult bait, it looks like. Does he have the damage? Oh, it just didn't hit Ewok. The Zanyas is enough to keep him back alive. Yabby is in trouble on the other side. Gets shut down by the Silas, and Darkwind bit off a little more than they can chew with that fight. That's going to be the Baron almost certainly going to William and Mary. Oh, Lost is still looking for it. Almost
That
able
would
to
have been
find
real
that.
cute.
They're buying
If
time for
he
Cardinals
had
on the other
committed
side,
the
though.
if he had committed the charm flash there instead of just looking for the max range charm, I think that's you still got 2 procs of the spirit rush. I think you can actually make that happen. It's getting away with absolute murder if you do, but sometimes that's what you've got to look for when your opponent's got Infernal Soul and they're up 2 members.
Yeah. Card's able to solo down the bottom lane tower. He's got the Hull Breaker finished up now as his third item, so he's very tanky in the side lane. I don't think that he has to be particularly worried about any one person. The 2 people, though, definitely does still. Now, he even finishes up the Sterix, so Cards was very strong.
Yeah,
Yabby's
cards
very
is looking
strong.
pretty good.
Lost just it feels like he's just pixels away from so many kills, so many really good plays on this Ari, but instead sitting at the 2 and 7, feeling a little bit bad right now. But still the
Yeah.
opportunities to come. He's
This
actually
is
sorry.
This is some really nuts impressive farm from TGK. He's the first to level 18 in the game. He's also just managed to finish up his Death Dance on top of being able to afford himself a stopwatch. This horse is terrifying. I just had to highlight it because I just now noticed the only one with more farm in the game right now is his Jin on his team.
Yeah. Um, very scary horse. Anytime he goes in, very tanky, does a billion damage for no reason as well. Um, yeah, really impressive. Even his last game, even though they lost, TJK, definitely not the problem. Cardinals and Pickaxe looking to collapse onto Ewok. They're going to get the teleport back in from Crowfeather. Meanwhile, TJK sees his opportunity, goes in looking for Yabienda. They're going to collapse. They're going to be able to pick up Pickaxe on the bottom lane. They get the tower in mid. Everything going the way of William and Mary. In comes Lost, trying to do anything that he can. Not able to find the charm onto Crowfeather. The Q damage starting to stack up. Cards not able to find anything, but in comes the Gale Force from Jackie Love. Lost, able to sidestep one. The charm doesn't land onto TJK. Oh my god. If he's these charms are just so close. If he hits some of these charms, it goes entirely the other way. Crowfeather getting chunked a little bit. Yabby trying to find his damage. TJK goes in, has the stopwatch available. The Flay comes through, and that should be good night as William and Mary walking on through the base. It's just Lost in rotation, left alive.
William and Mary played a really, really clean game. I mean, it wasn't that Return of the Middle Sticks went down without a fight. They're actually just don't have enough resources. They let themselves get a bit too far behind.
Yeah,
Some of the fights
Lost.
didn't go their way, and you know they had the door shut on them. Got to give it to William and Mary on that point. They played out the rest of the game pretty flawlessly.
Yeah. So that's the Ezreal plus Echo combo at 15 and the solo laners at 9 for betting people. So
Hey, we'll take our money. Let's go.
Ezreal Echo complete. Yep, we did it. Okay. So 2 in 1 day for our Rodham boys. It was a long day. Thanks for casting with me, Oath. Really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, anytime.
Um, boy, I'm gonna go to bed, I think. So we'll
That feels like a good call. I'm right behind you.
yeah, we'll see you guys next week. Um, yeah, I don't know what the schedule is going to be because it's always different every week, but you can check the Discord, you can check the Twitter. We'll make sure to post there. So, thanks again from myself, from Oath, from Return of the Middle Sticks. Thanks for watching. If you don't follow the stream, please hit the follow button. And yeah, we'll see you next week. Who are we gonna raid? Who is streaming? Raid channel. Aikedo streaming. That's what I got. We're gonna go watch Aikedo.
Hard content. Real card game hours.
Real card game hours are one of our original Rodham gamers. So go say hi.
Oi.